Making a website has never been easier, and in this tutorial I will show you step by step how you can create a professional website using WordPress. Let me show you what we will cover in this tutorial. I will show you how to get your own .com domain name for free if you don't have one. Then I will show you how to install WordPress, and WordPress is the most powerful website builder on the web. It powers more than 43% of all the websites in the world. Then we're gonna create this website using a free theme and a free page builder called Elementor. And we're not just gonna talk about how to create a website, we're also gonna talk about branding, choosing the right colors and fonts for your website, and how to create or outsource your logo. Elementor is an amazing page builder that enables you to create pages using a simple drag and drop method. And I will show you step by step how you can become a pro in using this tool. If you want to adjust something, just click and then you can adjust the content and the style. That's how easy it is. We'll also make use of global colors in the website, so if you change those colors, they will change the look and feel of your whole website. With the header, you can create something like this, but also add a top bar or make your header transparent. You can make your whole header sticky or just a part of it. And you can make parts of your header transparent like this or like this. And when you scroll, you can add a different logo, and it's all really easy to set it up. And I will show you how to create all these pages from scratch. So this is how my website will look. But with the skills I teach you, you can also create pages like this or like this. And of course, the website we're gonna create is optimized for all devices, for desktops, tablets, and smartphones. And if you want to, you can learn how to create blog posts so you can be found through the organic search results of Google and other search engines. And I will also show you how to create a portfolio page so you can showcase your work. We'll talk about creating the right title for your website, finding high quality images, how to make use of external plugins so your website gets more functionalities, like extra Elementor elements or a contact form so people can reach out to you, and how to save parts of your website so we can use it again and again in the website and save a lot of time with that. And I'll also show you how easy it is to copy and paste areas in your website so you don't have to recreate them over and over again. When you follow all the steps in this tutorial, you will not only be able to create an amazing website for yourself, but you can also start to make websites for others. Tons of people already messaged me saying, Ferdy, thanks to you, I can do this now for a living and you can be the next. Now let me show you two more practical things. In the description of this tutorial, I have timestamps, so if you want to go to a specific part in the tutorial, you can click on the timestamp and you go directly to that part of the tutorial. When I go to fast for you, you can go to the settings here at YouTube, go to playback speed, and slow down the speed of the tutorial. And if you want to go back a few seconds in the video, just hit the left arrow on your keyboard and you'll go back 5 seconds in the video. If you can appreciate that I made these videos for free, then please like this video and feel free to subscribe for more upcoming tutorials on how to make websites that can generate you money. And now let's talk about a few practical steps we're going to take in order to get our website online. So first we get a free domain name and we get web hosting. What is a domain name? A domain name is the address of your website. What is web hosting? Web hosting is a computer that's turned on 24/7 with all the files of your website. All the text, images, emails, all the content on your website. So with your free domain name and web hosting, you are visible on the internet. And then we will install WordPress. WordPress is the most popular tool in the world to create websites, and it's completely free. When you create a website with WordPress, you don't have to know anything about coding because WordPress is doing all the hard stuff for you. And the third step is creating your website. And for the website we're gonna create in this tutorial, people can charge thousands of dollars, but I will show you how you can do it yourself for free. If you already have your own domain name, web hosting, and you have installed WordPress, you can go directly to step 3, and I will show you right now where in the tutorial you should go in order to continue from that point on. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. If you already have a domain name and web hosting, you can skip this part. If you don't have it yet, let's go to webhosting82.com, hit enter, and then you can click here to go to Hostinger. Through the years, I've been searching for the best web hosting companies that are also affordable, and then I came across Hostinger. I've been using their services now for 7 years and I love it. And I'm not the only one who thinks like that. If you take a look at reviews on Trustpilot, you see that other people are also really happy with their service. And if you take a look at Google Trends, you see that Hostinger is taking over the web hosting industry. They're getting more and more popular. And why is that? Because the quality of their service is top notch and they're really affordable. So in order to take a look at the plans, we click over here on Start Now. And then we see 3 plans. Well, let me make it really easy for you. There are 3 plans: the premium plan, the business plan, the cloud starter plan. If you would go for the premium plan, you can create up to 25 websites. You get 25 gigabyte of storage, which is more than enough. And it is storage in SSD. If you go for the business plan, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 50 gigabytes of storage, but this time it is NVMe storage. NVMe storage is up to 5 times as fast as SSD storage. Then there's the third plan, the cloud startup. But if you're getting started with one website in the first year, or maybe 2 or 5 or even 10, then I would go with the business plan. The great thing is that you can always upgrade later. So what does the business plan contain? As I said, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 55 gigabytes of storage, which is more than enough. You can have up to 5 mailboxes per website, like info@yourdomain.com. You get daily backups, so if you somehow mess something up in your website, you can restore a backup from the day before. A lot of amazing AI integrations, and your website will be fast throughout the whole world because of CDN, and that's included for free. With some other web hosting plans, this costs $20 per month. What else do you get? You get a free domain name. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, but with Hostinger, you get it for free for the first year. And what I also really love about Hostinger is that you get domain privacy for free. What does that mean? Normally, when you buy a domain name, all your information is open on the internet and people can spam you with, hey, I can make a website for you, I can make a logo for you, I can do SEO for you. Your email account will be filled with spam. With domain privacy, all that information about your company, your address, your email address, your phone number, etc. is hidden. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, and with Hostinger, this is free. And to make it even better, you can try the service for free. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you somehow, I can't imagine why, but if you somehow don't like the service, you can get your money back, no questions asked. So I scroll up again, and then I go for the business plan. So I click over here, choose plan, and then you can get web hosting for $3.99 per month if you would go for 48 months. So for 4 years, you can get a web hosting for just $192.52. And I can even give you extra discounts. So if you click over here and fill in the name Ferdy, click on apply, you get 10% extra discount. So you pay $172.37. And that's because you get rewarded if you go for a longer period. If you're like, I want to try it out for a year, then you can switch it over here to 12 months. Then you pay $4.49 per month. You still get a free domain name. And then for 1 year, you can have 50 websites up and running for just $53.89. So Hostinger is rewarding you if you go for a longer period. So $3.59 or for 1 year. $4.49 per month, still really affordable. And it all comes with a free domain. So I click on continue. I go for 12 months. And then I need to register an account. I can do that with Gmail, I can do that with GitHub, or I can fill in my email address. So I will fill in my email address. Then I need to create a password. And then I click on register. Now I need to fill in some billing details. It's not necessary, but let me fill in my first name and my last name. I can fill this in later. I can add company details, and when I do so, I don't have to pay the taxes that are added to this account when I'm from a different country. I uncheck this. Then I click on continue. And then there are a lot of payment options. And the great thing about Hostinger is that those payment options are based on where you come from. So I come from the Netherlands, so I see Dutch payment methods. But if you're from a different country, it can be that you see your local payment method, and that's amazing. So I can pay with credit card, I can pay with PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Alipay, CoinGate. But depending on where you live, you'll see different payment methods. So I will go with credit card. I'll fill in my details over here. And then I click on submit payment. No worries, later on we're going to get our free domain name. Right now we're going for web hosting. Your payment's done, let's go. Set up your servers right away to start using them. Congratulations with getting your web hosting account. Now we're gonna get a free domain and we're gonna install WordPress on it. Let me show you how. The great thing is Hostinger comes in a lot of languages. So right now I see my main language, Dutch. I can change it over here. And every time I open this, I see more languages. So I will go for English. If you see your language over here, you can choose that. I go for English. Hello, for who is this website? Is it for yourself or are you creating a website for someone else? It's for myself or my business. I click on next. Do you want to create or migrate a website? I want to create a new website. Next. Do you want to use WordPress or the Hostinger website builder? I want to use WordPress. So I click over here. I click on next. And then I can create the login details for my website. So I will change my email address and I will create a password. I click on next. Do you want to create a website with AI or pre-build a website and themes? Well, in this case, I will skip this and I click on create a blank website. And now look at this. You have one free domain available. It can be .com. It can be in your local extension. So let's choose one. I will go for Ferdy Korpershoek because that's my full name. And then as you see, it's free for 1 year. I will go with the .com version. You can also scroll down to see more extensions. I go for .com and then I click on next. Register your domain. Is it personal or is it for your business? I go for personal. I click on next step. And now I need to fill in my details. So let me do that. I scroll down and I click on finish registration, confirm your email address. I click on register. And now it says finishing your domain registration. This is really important. And now it's asking, where is your target audience located? Well, by default, the closest one will be chosen for me, which is the United Kingdom. It's next to the Netherlands. But if I want to focus on people from the United States, I would choose one of those. So if I go for LA, I would go for this one. If I focus on New York, I will go for this one. So I will focus on people from the United States. I click on this one. But the great thing is through CDN, Hostinger will make sure that your website is loading fast from any place in the world. But right now it's the best to choose the closest server to your focused audience. So if you're focused on the United States, I would choose one of those three. I click on next. And now WordPress is installed on our brand new website. This can take a few minutes, so we have to be patient. Awesome. Right now we are in the backend of our WordPress website. And what we see right now is that this is our temporary domain name. Why? Because our real domain name, which we just have chosen for free, can take 10 minutes before it gets active. In some cases, it can take an hour, and in real rare cases, it can take 24 hours. Most of the time, it is within 10 minutes. So what I will do, I'll go to the H panel by clicking here. Here I see my domain. In the meanwhile, it says verify email to register. So what I will do, I will go to my email account to confirm my domain. So over here, it says verify your email address. I click on verify email. So that's done. I close this. And now what I will do, I will enter my new domain over here. What I see, it's already live. So that's amazing. It took 2 minutes. So what I will do now, I will click on WP admin. And now, as you see, I am live on my brand new domain. The connection is secure, which is really important. I close this and this. And now I want to tell you about the front end and the back end of the website. If I click over here, I go to the dashboard. This is the backend of the website. This is where we can adjust our website. So I can place blog posts, I can add media, PDFs, images, videos. I can create pages like the home page, the about page. If I have blog posts, people can leave comments and I can approve them or reject them. I can change the look and feel of my website with WordPress themes. We can add additions to our website with plugins, like to optimize our website for the search results, or add page builders or contact forms. We can add other users and give them certain roles so people can do things on our website. There are a few tools available, export things, import things. There are WordPress settings, and when you install plugins, those will also appear over here. So one of the plugins is Lightspeed Cache. So if you add more plugins, this list will become longer. So this is the back end of our website. If I click over here, I go to the front end of our website. And right now it looks ugly, but I will make it better. I go back. Here we can adjust the website. Here we can see the result of our website. In order to work efficient, I like to work in a tiny space. Right now we have installed WordPress and it comes with a lot of plugins and settings. So what I will do, I will clean up the website and I will configure a few important settings so we can work really productively. Let me show you how we can do that. In order to clean up our website, the first thing I want to do, I want to dismiss this message. Then I want to go to the screen options, turn everything off over here. So when we are here at the dashboard, it looks clean and not overwhelming. Then I go to plugins, and you see when you install a new WordPress website at Hostinger, there are a few really nice tools that you can use. One of them is Cody. And right now I want to get rid of them all. And then later we can install the plugins we want to use. So right now I click over here, bulk actions, deactivate. So I deactivate all the plugins, apply. Then I select them again, bulk actions, delete, apply, hit enter. And you see now Lightspeed is not over here anymore. Then I want to go to pages. I want to get rid of all the pages. So I click over here, bulk actions, move to the trash, apply, go to the trash, empty the trash. Then I want to go to the post. There's a default post. I can click on trash, go to the trash, empty the trash. Now I want to go to appearance, themes. There are 3 themes. There's only one active. Right now it's the most left one. So I click over here, theme details, delete. Okay. And also this one, theme details, delete. Okay. Then I hover over here. I see howdy and then my email address. I click on edit profile. Here I can change the look and feel of my backend. I want to use the default one. If you want to use another one, go ahead. And then I scroll down. Right now it says howdy info. I want to change that. So my first name is Ferdy. My last name is Korpershoek. My nickname, I can change that. My nickname can be Ferdy Corp if I want to. And then display name publicity as, I can choose all those options. I say Ferdy Korpershoek. Well, let's say Ferdy, because the last name is a little bit hard to pronounce. So now it says howdy Ferdy. If I write a blog post, it will say it is written by Ferdy. If you want to show your last name, change it over here and it will be changed on the whole website. I bring it to Ferdy. I scroll down. If you want to have a profile picture, you can get that by linking your email address to a Gravatar account. I hold Command and I click over here. This costs $50 per month, and then you can show your image over here. Really important. No, I'm kidding. It's totally free. Your free avatar. So you create an account, get started now. You upload an image. Make sure you use the same email address as you use over here on your website, and then an image will appear over there, and it will also be shown when you create a blog post. You can set a new password if you want to. And over here, I can update my profile. So now it says howdy Ferdy instead of howdy email address. So I go to settings, general, I scroll down, I can change the site language, I can change the time zone. I'm from Amsterdam, so I say AMS, and automatically the time zone will change. The date format, how would you prefer to show that? Well, I like the current one, you can change it over here. And the time format, I like to work with AM and PM, but in capitals. The week starts on Monday, I click on save the changes. Right now, your website that you just got is live, and that's a good thing. But at the other hand, when you're making your website, it can be that people already enter your website. So what you can do, you can create a maintenance website like, hey, this website will be live soon. And if you want to, this is not necessary, but you can leave a form where people can fill in their name and their email address, and then they get a message from you, an email or a text message when your website is live. And in that way, you can get the visitors from day one to your website. And at the same time, your website will be on maintenance mode. So people are not seeing the work in progress. So if you want to do that, we're going to use a free tool. It's called OmniSend. And with that, you can build an email list, send automated emails, send automated email sequences, text messages, push notifications. And in the long run, this can really help you to boost your business. So let me show you how to get it for free. So in order to do that, I open a new tab and then I go to ferdy.com/omnisend. Hit enter. And you'll be redirected to OmniSend. You can click here to get started for free, or if you feel like it, you can click over here. So I click on Start Free. And I don't need to use a credit card. I can sign up with Shopify, with Google, or with email. I want to go with email, so I click over here. And then I need to fill in my business email. I need to create a password. I always say my website is non-e-commerce, and I agree with the terms. And if you want to, you can receive new emails from OmniSend. I click on Sign Up. And I need to confirm my email account. So I go to my email account, and then over here it says complete your registration, verify email address. I need to fill in a few more details. So my first name, my last name, my business name. If you don't have that yet, just use the name of your website and the domain you have chosen in this tutorial. And then click on continue. Then I need a few more details and your time zone. I click on continue to OmniSend. Now I go to forms. I click on preview and launch form. And then over here at edit, I say waiting list form. I triple click over here and I say our website is in the making. I bring it to the center. I change the font to Open Sans, just like this one. And I say, and be the first to hear when our website is live. Over here, I click and I say over here at text, get notified. I can go to the button settings, primary button, change the corners, change the colors. We're going to talk about colors later. Right now, I choose this one. Then over here at input, I drag this on top of email, and I uncheck the label. Okay. Then over here, step 2, I delete it. At success, I say change this to open sans. And I say over here, you get a message when the website is live. Bring it to the center. And if people already subscribed, I can bring it also to the center. First, I say open sans, bring it to the center. Awesome. I click on save and close. I click on it again. Then I go to the theme settings. I change the form layout to a landing page. And then I enable the form. I click on stay on the free plan, continue. Now I click on the waiting list again. And now over here, I have a link to my page. I copy this page, then I close this. Now I go to plugins, add plugin. I search for code snippets, and it's from Code Snippets Pro, more than 1 million installations, an amazing plugin. I click on install now. I activate it. Then over here, I go to snippets, all snippets. I select all these snippets over here by clicking here, bulk actions, move to the trash, apply. Then I click on add new. And over here, I say refer non-users to external page. Then I paste the link to my OmniSend form. Then I go to ferdy.com/best snippets, hit enter. Here is a tutorial about code snippets. I want to grab this code, PHP code snippet, redirect non-users to other page. So I copy this whole code here below. I paste it. Then I grab this OmniSend page. I cut it, Command or Control X, backspace. And then over here, redirect URL, I paste the code snippets form. There you go. I need no description or tags. I click on save and activate. So now when I go to my website, I see this. But when someone goes to my website in an incognito window, he or she goes to this form. So I can say Ferdy, my email address. I click on get notified. And now when I go to OmniSend and I go to audience, contacts, I see I have an email subscriber on my contact list. With OmniSend, you can create automations. So when people opt in automatically based on your schedule, the subscribers in your email list will get emails from you or text messages. You can do split test, A/B test, and you can send campaigns to your complete email list. Super powerful. Well, if you want to learn more about that, you can go to ferdy.com, hit enter, click on the search icon and search for OmniSend. Also really powerful when you use it in combination with WooCommerce. I click over here and here you can learn in depth how to start to monetize your website even more using OmniSend. If you want to see the result of your website without being logged in, you can go to the backend of your website, go to snippets and turn the snippet off. Now let's go back to the settings and start to take a look at the site title. A really important aspect of your website is the site title. So let me show you how to come up with an amazing site title for your website. So right now it says my WordPress, it can say something else. In your case, what we need to do, we need to create a site title. How do we come up with a great site title? Well, the first thing, let's take a look at our friendly competitors by going to Google and search for, let's say you want to create a web design agency, and I always say a random city or an area. So let's say Brooklyn. I skip the sponsored results and then over here. Tom & Co. That's the title of their website. 24 New York web design. So if you want to be found in the search results of Google, you need to have a great website title that uses the keywords you want to be found on. So of course, if you have a web design agency, you want to be found on web design agency. So when people search for this, you can pop up. If your company name is Ferdy.com and people search for web design agency, there's a big chance that Ferdy.com will not appear over here. But if the title of my website is web design agency. Let's say my location is Amsterdam. I could say this, and then when people search for web design agency Amsterdam, that's for me the most logic thing to search for. If you're searching for a web design agency in Amsterdam, then there's a chance you will pop up. And the great thing is, this is from me. I created this tutorial last year. So you see that what I'm actually saying is working because I'm the first organic result, as you see over here. So really important, place in your site title the keyword you want to be found on and what you think people will search for when they're looking for your company. So if you're a plumber, I would say plumber Amsterdam. And that's also the first suggestion I get. So plumber Amsterdam, if I scroll down, skip the sponsored stuff, plumber Amsterdam, you see it over here. Amsterdam, plumber in Amsterdam. So that's how you can come up with a great site title. And what you also can do, you can go to ChatGPT. I have a web design agency in Amsterdam and want to be found in the search results of Google. What is the best possible site title? Here it says web design agency Amsterdam, WordPress and e-commerce experts, and then your brand. That brings me to the next thing. Web design agency Amsterdam. That sounds cool, but you need to get the attention. So you can say 25 years plus experience or 1,200 websites made or marketing agency. You need to stand out because there are a lot of search results. So first you want to be found on the keywords, and then you want to stand out by saying something that attracts the attention. So if I would search for, let's go to Google, web design agency Amsterdam. Now skip the sponsored stuff. Branding. Over here, make the best impression. So I can say websites that get clients or get more clients. And of course, you always need to live up to the promise you make. So web design agency Amsterdam, I say 25 years plus experience. Why? I made my first website in 1999, which is already 27 years ago. Then there's a tagline. In a few words, explain what this site is about. We create websites that get you more clients. This is not what people will see in the website, but it's taken up somewhere and can help you in the search results. So if I save the changes and I go to the website, look at this. Now it looks like this. If I click on it, I go to the website, I see the title over here, I see the title over here. And if I look at this, this looks super ugly. It can be that it looks a little bit different, but it probably still looks ugly. Let me show you how we can make this better. WordPress works with themes and page builders, and themes decide the look and feel of your website, and every theme has their own functionalities. So let me show you the difference between different themes. In order to make this look better, we're gonna make use of a different theme. What is a theme? As I said, the theme decides the look and feel of your website. So if I would go to the backend, hovering over here, and I go to themes, there are 3 themes over here I can choose from. So this is 2025. If I click on 2024, and I go to the website, the content stays the same. There's still the site title, but now it looks different. So the content will stay the same, but the look and feel will change. And every theme has their own functionalities. Well, I've been doing this for a long time. I made websites with WordPress since 2011. And I always like free stuff that is high quality. So over the years, I found the best theme you can get. Let me tell you which one it is. I've been making websites since 1999, and since 2011, I've been working with WordPress. And I always do my best to find the best free tools with the most quality. So when it comes to themes, I know a theme that has premium features using a free version, and that's the Blocksy theme. So we're going to use the Blocksy theme in this tutorial, and it will help you to create a professional website. So let me show you how to get the Blocksy theme. So in order to get the Blocksy theme, we go to ferdy.com/Blocksy, hit enter. And here you can get the Blocksy theme. There's a pro version, but in this tutorial, we're going to focus on the free version. And somehow they managed to hide the free version. Well, In that case, we can close this. We can also get it from WordPress itself. So I can go to the backend and go to themes. Then I click on add theme. And then you see a lot of themes over here you can choose from. And if you can't find it, I click over here and I search for Blocksy. And there it is, Blocksy. I click on install now. Then I activate it. And if I activate the Blocksy theme, I also need to install a plugin with that. Just by clicking here, install Blocksy Companion. So with the Blocksy theme and the Blocksy plugin, you're good to go. Now, if we go to the website, it looks like this. Still doesn't look that appealing, but we're gonna make it look so much better. And since I want to keep everything clean and neat and tidy, I go to themes. And over here, every theme I don't use, I want to get rid of it. So I hover over theme details of 2025, delete, okay. 2024, delete, okay. 2023, delete, okay. So we have the Blocksy theme active. If I take a look, it looks like this. Maybe you already have a logo or maybe not. Well, I will show you how you can create your own logo, or I will show you how you can outsource it so someone else can create a logo for you, or you can follow along with the same images and the same logo I use in my tutorial. So you can just play around, learn how to create awesome websites, and then later replace those images and the logo. It's up to you. It's your party, and I hope I'm invited. Wow, that's deep stuff. Let's continue. In order to make our website look better, I want to create a logo. If you already have a logo, you can use that one. What you also can do, you can learn how to create a logo. So if you go to Ferdy.com, you click on the search icon and you search for logo for free, hit enter. You scroll down a bit. There is a tutorial, make a logo for free. You see the kind of logos you can create. You can watch this tutorial from my old studio. And there you can learn how to create a logo. You can also go to ferdy.com/Fiverr and let someone else create a logo for you. And then you can see what kind of logos they can make, how much it costs. So 32 euros, 23 euros, 19. You can click on it and get in contact with them and let them make a logo for you. Or if you want to, you can follow along with the same images I use in my tutorial, and then you can use my logo. If you want to do that, just to get started, not to get stuck with, oh, I don't have a logo, let's discontinue with the tutorial. If you want to follow along with the things I use, you can go to ferdy.com/images, hit enter. Then you can fill in your first name, Ferdy, use your email address, click on subscribe. Awesome. I need to check my email account. So let me do that. I go to my Gmail account. Important, confirm your subscription. Confirm your subscription. Now it's downloading the files I need. I open them. I can drag them to the desktop. I go to my desktop. Now I can use them over here. There is 11 Ferdy.com, and you can use these colors, this information, and I will refer you to this resource when it's needed. I close this. I close this. Now let's take a look at how we can make this look better. In order to adjust this area, I click on the Customize button here. And then we go to the Blocksy Customizer. And this is straightforward. If you want to change something, just hover over it. Then you see 3 dots. Click on it. And then you can adjust it. So over here, I can select a logo. So I click on it. There are a few kind of logos. You can upload a JPEG file, a PNG file, and an SVG file. If I click on select files, I go to my computer. So I go to the desktop, to the resources folder, to 11 Ferdy.com. And I want to go for this logo or this one. This is the light version. If you have a dark background, we're going to talk about it later. Right now, I want to make use of this one. And it's an SVG file. What does it mean? Well, it's really lightweight, 3 kilobytes, and there is no limit in resolution. So I can make this logo as big as possible. It still looks sharp. And that's the power of an SVG image. A PNG image has a transparent background, and a JPEG has no transparent area in it. So for the logo, it's best to upload a PNG file with a transparent background or an SVG file. I go for this one. So I click on open, and then always here at the title, I create spaces. I copy the title I paste it in the alt text and I paste it in the description, and then I click on select, and there you go. Then here below, there's a site title. I want to get rid of it. There you go. And I think it's really big now. So over here at the logo height, I change it, arrow down to, let's say, 22. Okay, I think there's too much space over here. So I click over here on the main row, and then I can change the row minimum height to 70. Okay, publish. I close this, and now it looks like this. It looks already a bit better, and that's how we're gonna make this website look better step by step. We placed our logo. You can also place a favicon. That's a square version of your logo, and that can be placed in the top area of the browser. Let me show you how you can place it there. Over here, we see the favicon. By default, it's a world or it's a WordPress logo. If you want to change that, you can do it in two ways. You can go to the backend. You can go to settings general over here, or you go to the customizer, scroll down and go to site identity and change it over here. It needs to be a PNG. Well, that's the best thing, because then you can have the transparent background. And then you can select it, and it needs to be square, but you get a chance to crop it. So it will be a square. So I already have one. What I do, I use my logo in Photoshop. I make a selection around the area I want to use. Then I go to the image, crop. Then I say command and I click on layer 1. I go to image, crop, and then over here, file, export, save for web. And now I have a square PNG with a part of my logo that makes it recognizable. So I already exported mine, so I click on upload files, select files. You know what, I will also upload my white logo, upload files. I also upload my favicon. I copy the title, paste it, select it. I don't have to crop it. I skip the cropping, and voila, there you go. So now if I'm at tesla.com, if I'm at apple.com, and if I am at windows.com, now I can see, hey, where is the website of Ferdy? Okay, I click over here. So it's a bit more recognizable. Click on publish, close this, and step by step, it's getting better. Another important aspect of your website is the menu. And we can just create a menu, place a few pages in it, but you need to think this through. So let me show you how to come up with a menu that will help your visitors to become your clients. So in order to create your menu, we go to the customizer, and I scroll down all the way. I go to menus, and I need to create a menu. So I click on create new menu. And the name of the menu is main menu. That's how I prefer it. You can also call it Uncle Jim. It's just for reference purpose only. If you link Uncle Jim's to the main menu, go ahead. I prefer to use main menu. I assign it to this area, which is header menu 1. I click on next, and now I can add items. So if I click over here, we removed all the pages. So we need to start from scratch. And of course, we need to have a home page, the starting page that people will see when they enter our website. So I add home over here. I add it. What else? I want to say something about my own company. So I say about. What you also can do, web design agency, Philadelphia. Take a look at a few other websites. What are they doing? Who we are, our work, what we do, contact. About us, awards, industries we serve, samples, testimonials, blog, contact. Servers, portfolio, resources, blog, about, inquire. So I would like to say something about myself. So I have homepage, about myself, and of course the services I offer. But there are a few services I offer. So what you already saw, let me see, where was that? There was a drop down somewhere over here. I want to create something like that. In order to do that, I offer web design, of course, but I also offer branding. I can help people with their branding, rebrand their company. Then SEO, optimize their website so they will be found better. And the last one, I even do advertising so people can get clients. Okay, what else? Of course, I want to showcase what I've got to offer. So I can say portfolio, or I prefer to say our work. Then we can have a blog page. Why? Because with blog posts, you can get more people to your website through the search results. And you can show your expertise about the subject you're talking about and the service you offer. And of course, the contact page. People need to be able to reach out to you. But now we have all these pages over here. That's a lot. So what I want to do the same as over here. I want to create a submenu. So I have services, and one of the services is web design. So I drag this to the right. Also this one, and this one. But I want to start with branding, not with web design. So I can drag this on top. And that way I can change that. I click on publish. So this is how it looks right now. Just to be sure, I hover over here, I go to the 3 dots and I want to select a menu. I don't see it, so I close this. Then I go to the customizer again. I click on the 3 dots and now it's reloaded. So now it sees my main menu. I assign that menu to this area. Awesome. Let's take a look at those websites. I see contact us, contact. Okay. What I prefer to do, I want to highlight reaching out to us. There needs to be a big call to action. What is the call to action for your website? It's that people need to be able to reach out to you. So I want to emphasize that by creating a button. Over here, we have the header. So if I click on something over here, I start to see this area over here. So at the left, we have our logo. If I drag this to the center, it goes over here. I can drag the menu to the left. If I drag it on top over here, it even starts a new area, the top row. So there's a lot of flexibility. I want to bring the logo to the left, the menu to the center. The search icon, I want it to be at the right, but I also want to go back over here. And I want to add a button. I click on it. I change the label text to contact. And I change the URL to /contact. And then automatically it goes to my website, ferdykorpershoek.com/contact. And when people do that, they go to the contact page. So since we have that, I don't need to have the contact page over here. So I go back and I go to the menu. Then I go to the main menu. I click on the page arrow down. And then I click on remove. And the same goes with this area. When you click on the logo everywhere, if you go to apple.com and you go to a specific page and you click on the logo, you go back to the homepage. Thanks to showing Apple now for 2 seconds, I get $2,000 from them. So let's do that one more time. You can go to apple.com, go to TV in the home. Awesome. $4,000. That's cool. I get rid of the homepage, remove, and I click on the 3 dots. I drag this to the center. There you go. So logo at the left, menu at the center, button at the right, and the search area at the right. A few more things. I click over here on edit because we have the header over here. I can also change the footer. So I click on edit. Then I see this area, the copyright area. I click on it. First of all, I want to bring it to the center. Second thing is I want to get rid of this area. I say shift / that creates a pipe, and I say website made by Ferdy.com. Then I select this area. I say Command K or Control K, and then HTTPS Ferdy Korpershoek.com. And you can also open it in a new tab, update, publish, close it. Awesome. One more thing. Right now it says ready to publish your first post because by default WordPress was a blog tool, a blogging tool. But right now it's so much more than that. So I want to place my homepage over here instead of showing the latest post. So I click on the customizer. I scroll down all the way. I go to the homepage settings. And then I change the homepage display from your latest post to a static page, which is the homepage. So I select the homepage, and for the posts, for the blog post, I select blog. Publish, close it, and now it looks like this. What I want to do now, I want to make use of the Blocksy theme global colors. When it comes to branding and website colors, you can do so many things. There are green web design websites, there are red web design websites, there are purple web design websites, there are black web design websites. There's no perfect color for your website, but it's important that it represents a bit of where you stand for. So what you can do, you can go to Google, search for branding colors, go to images, and then you see this. So this can help you a bit to see what kind of colors you can use. But you also see, I also like this image. You see, oftentimes colors come with color palettes or branding colors. So you have PayPal with dark blue, light blue, and in between. You have MasterCard with 3 kinds of oranges. Maybe one of them is even red. There's the greenish one. So I really like using a color palette. So in order to create this, there are a few resources you can use. You can go to websitestylekit.com. And this is what a friend of mine made, Reno de Boer. So if you go to YouTube and you search for Reno de Boer, he also makes tutorials about Elementor and WordPress. He created a tool with vibe coding. So what you can do, you can pick one color. So let's say this bluish one, or you can go whatever, you can do whatever you want to do. And if you do so, based on that, whole palette is created. So you can copy those colors, place them in your website. Super cool. So your whole website stays in the same style. So let's say I go for the hue, I go for more saturation, more lightness. You see it all aligns very well. It looks beautiful. You can have a dark version. I love this. He did an amazing job with this. There's also another tool. It's called coolors.com. You can start the generator and just hit enter and see if there are colors that you like. And if you see something, I like this one, I can drag it to the left. I can click over here and change it a bit. I can make it a little more like this. I can also change it to hue, saturation, and brightness. I can change it in a lot of ways. And if I'm like, this one is okay, I lock it. I can hit space again, and then all those colors are also in the style of the first one. So they all fit with each other. And if you see one you like, I can drag this one. I can change it a bit. Maybe a bit more purplish, darker. Okay, I can lock it again. But what I also like to do, if I like this color, I can copy the hex. I can paste it here, and then I can go for a lighter version. So I go to hue, saturation, and brightness. And then I bring the saturation all the way down, but it still has the orange tint. Maybe a bit more brightness, like that. I can do the same over here, copy the hex, paste it in the picker, and then also go to this one, or even better, ASL. I can change the luminance to a lighter one. And maybe a lighter blue. So I drag this one over here, copy this one, go to the picker, paste it, ALS, and then lighter, but not too much lighter when you hover over something. So it goes from darker blue to lighter one. So if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands, click over here. You can export it as a PDF and call this whatever you want. Ferdy.com branding colors. You can export it. And now you have a PDF that looks like this. Super cool. I also have created something, and you can find it in the resources folder, desktop, number 11. And there you see the colors I will use in my website. So in order to do that, I go to the customizer. I go to colors, And here I can change the color palette. So if I click over here, I can change to greenish. Well, right now you don't see a lot of colors, so you don't see the difference a lot. You can also make the website dark. And then you need to configure a few more things to make it look better. I prefer a light website. I go to palette 1. And what I will do, I'll go to the PDF, make it a bit smaller, grab the first color and paste it over here. Then I go for the second one, paste it over here. The third one, a little bit lighter as you see. Then the fourth one is oftentimes the color of the text. I like to make that 222, not too black, not too grayish. And then there are the lighter colors. Let's go with this one for this one. And then that one over there. You see in some cases then a color changes. That's no problem. We can fix that later. So now I have those colors, and in the whole website I can use those global colors. And the great thing is when we've created a complete website and we change this color over here, it will change in the whole website. So if your client or yourself think, hey, I want to do something different, you can do it with a few clicks. Super cool. All using free tools. So I want to go over here, go to design, change the button color to the dark one. And when you hover over it to the orange one, like that. I also want to go to design and then change the border radius. So if I say 30, I get a nice rounding. I like roundings. Okay. Now I can click over here, go to design, and also change the font color to this one. And when people hover over it, and when the link is active, it becomes orange. So if I click over here, you see we're on this page because it's active. Then I go over here, edit, design, background color, the second color. Then I need to click or hover over here and click over here. Go to design, change the font color to white. And when people hover over a link or there is a link, it becomes orange. I can make it white, but when people hover over it, then it becomes orange. So it's white and now it becomes orange. Publish, close it. So from now on, we can use those colors in everything we build in our website. When you have your own branding, you can have your own fonts. So let's take a look at what kind of fonts you can choose, and we can adapt those in our website. When it comes to fonts, we can go to fonts.google.com. And then we see a text. Everyone has the right to freedom, and you can see how it is displayed with every single font they have. I can also change this text. So I can say about services, our work, blog, and then we see how it looks. So I can go through all the 1898 families. Oh, this is a nice one. But what I prefer to do, I like them, but I don't like fonts like these for my website. So what I can also do, I can scroll down over here and you have serif and sans serif. So I can say serif versus sans serif. It's French. So here's the difference. This is serif with those things at the end of letters. And this is sans. It means without serif. So I don't want serif. This is with serif. This is without. I prefer this one. There are exceptions, but in many cases I prefer sans serif. So I go for all, not all serifs, but all sans serifs. Then we have Roboto, which looks really nice. Montserrat. I can also search for top 10 best sans serif Google fonts. DM Sans, Open Sans is a really nice one. So you can scroll down over here. Pop-ins, really popular. So find one over here. And I think Nunito Sans is really cool. Take a look at my point over here. It's rounded. So here's a square. So I prefer to go for Nunito because it has a bit more the roundings I have over here. And I like to work with capitals, so I can also change it about and see how that looks with Nunito. Yeah, I go for Nunito as a heading, and then there's open sans. I prefer to use it for my text because it's a really easy way to read. So I go to the customizer, I go to typography, and I click over here, and I search for open sans. I understand this and continue. Okay, now it uses it for everything, because over here, heading 1, it says it's for the default family, which is the base font. Over here, I want to make use of Nunito. So I copy this, and everywhere I place this, I use Nunito for all the headings. You only have to do this once. So buttons, Nunito, quotes, I don't use them, but just in case. Pull quote, pre-formatted. Well, then I leave it for what it is. Okay. Fallback font family. If I don't find this font somehow, or my website does not find it, it falls back to a different sans serif. Okay. Publish. Close. Step by step, things are getting better. Now let me show you how to finish the header and the menu of your website. Okay, what I see is that the text is bold. So now I go to the customizer. I click over here. I want to make this look better. I think this does not fit that well. So I go to the design. It says default family, so maybe it's grabbing the wrong font. So over here I say Nunito. Okay. Then I want to make it less bold. I want to make it bigger, so I can click over here, make it bigger. You know what? Let's go for 600. 600. It's all in capitals. If I click over here, I can turn it off. I prefer to work with capitals. Ferdy.com, about, services, our work, blog, contact. I click over here. I want to make that also capitals. Also make use of Nunito. And also 600. Let me see, what's the size? What's the size I use over here? 14. Do you see how ugly this looks? Some people make websites and then they make it look like this, and I'm like, ooh, maybe better. Give a bit more space. Like this. Publish. Then there's the submenu. We can make this look so much better. So I click over here again. Then we scroll down here at the left, and then we have the drop down. So right now it looks like this. When you hover over it, only the text changes. But what I want to do, I want the text to be the same, but I want the background to change. So the interaction type is hover. So when I hover over it, then it appears. And then I want to change the hover effect to solid. Still don't see that much. You see it becomes a little bit lighter. Now I go to design. The font color should stay white. When I hover over it, it should also stay white, but the background should change. So I start with this one. And then when I hover over it, it can be orange, or maybe, no, or you can make it white. Make this dark, keep it dark, or no, and then make it white. Sorry, I'm going too fast. You can make it look like this. That's what I prefer. So what happens by default, initial, the web background is white over here. When you hover over it, it becomes orange. By default, the text is blue. When you hover it, it becomes white. So the background is orange, the text is white. And then I click over here. Just to make things sure. Nonito. How about 14? How about capitals? I think a bit smaller. Also semi-bold. Maybe even bolder. Branding, web design, SEO, advertising. I love it. Branding. So if I publish it and I close it, it looks like this. I think that looks amazing. So we've already created an amazing header for our website. We can also add a top header on top of that. Let me show you how. So about the header, I click on the customizer. If you click on the main row, you arrive at this area again with the 9 parts. Let me go back. I can add some things. I can add socials over here to the top row because there are 3 rows. And if you place something over here, that row appears. What I can do now, I can click on the top row. So I go to the settings of the whole row. I go to design. I change the background to this dark blue. And now I can go to this specific header item, go to design, change the colors to white. And when people hover over it, to orange, like that. And at the left, I can have an HTML area. And there I would like to say, here at design, make the text white. If there's a link, make it white. And when people hover over it, make it orange. And then I change the text to call us. And then I say my number. And I can make this a link. Command K. And I can say +30 316 234 6 7 8. So when you click on it on a phone, it calls that number. Publish, close. Or what you can do, you can select it, go to ChatGPT, make the number callable. It will understand me. So I copy the code, customize, click over here. Then I go to the code area, I paste it, publish, close it. That's even better. It asks me to open Skype, and on the phone, it directly calls this number. So you need to make it as easy as possible for people to reach out to you. And talking about a phone, when people go to the phone, it will look like this. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Okay, right now we have a light background. We can also change that. Here at design, we can change the color to something else, to a gradient. You can even have an image in the background, in the header. I leave it up to you. I prefer to keep it simple. Later in the tutorial, we're going to talk about how to make a transparent header so you can see the content beneath it. But then we need to create some content first before we can do that. So at this point, I think it looks so much better than this, where we started with. So now let's take a look at how we can make this look better for a phone. More than 50% of your visitors will probably visit your website through a phone or another device than a computer. So it's really important to optimize your website for all devices. Let me show you how you can do that for your header. Let's go to the customizer. Then we can go to the tablet view by clicking here. And it looks different. So in order to make it look the same, I can click over here. I can go back. I can do the same with HTML. I can do the same with the socials. If you don't want that, then get rid of this and get rid of this, and then it will not appear. I think that looks great. Over here, when people click on this, what should happen? Well, first I want to make it blue. And when people hover over it, I want to make it orange. When people click on it, it looks like this. That looks weird. I don't want that. So in order to fix this, I click on the off canvas area over here. I go to design. I change the background to white. I change the backdrop to something dark over here. So the focus is on this area. And then I go to the menu. I select the main menu. I can also create a separate menu for the phone and tablet. I go to design, and of course the font color should be this one. And when you hover over it, it looks like this. You can click over here, then it opens the sub pages. Let me click over here and make this Nunito. Make it a bit smaller. Change it to 600 and make it capitals. Okay. Drop down, same thing. Nunito. Make it 600. Bit smaller. 16. Okay. You can have item dividers. If you change the color, you will see them. I don't want that, so I click over here to reset it. Then I go to general again. The toggle down, it looks like this. I can also change it to something else, like that. I don't want to have dots at the submenu. And what I would like is to have everything lined up in the center. So I click on the off canvas area. And then right now it's a side panel. I can also make it a modal. So it's over the whole width. I prefer side panel, right side. The panel width, 65% is great. And this, I want this to be vertically at the center. I can have an offset like that. I like that. And let's take a look at the phone. It looks like that. What else can I do over here? I see this. I can also add something else to it. So if I go back, I can add a button over here. And I can also get rid of the HTML and drag the socials over here. But then over here, I need to change those colors to this one. When we hover them like this. I prefer not to do that. Keep it like this. Bring the HTML over here. I don't see the socials anymore because I changed the colors. Let me bring that back to white. There they are. I'm happy with how it looks. You can also change this icon. So I go to the trigger. You can change to something like this or something like that, and we hover over it. Nice. I prefer to have the normal one. I can make it bigger. I can even have a text with it. So I can say menu. But it's okay as it is right now. So now we have a beautiful header optimized for all devices. I hover over here, top row, and I change this to 32. And over here, I go to the design area, font family. I change to 13. Publish. Awesome. Awesome. Earlier in the tutorial, we talked about themes. We used the Blocksy theme, and together with a page builder, we can create an amazing website. So we're going to talk about a page builder. The best one at this moment, the best free one is Elementor. We're going to create an amazing website using the Elementor page builder. So let me show you how to get that. In order to download Elementor, we go to ferdy.com/Elementor, hit enter. And they have a pro version, but we're going to go for the free version right now. Also hide it. If you cannot see it over here, close this, then go to the backend to plugins. Click on add plugin and then search for Elementor. There you go. It has more than 10 million active installations. It's the most popular WordPress builder for WordPress. I click on install now. Activate. Then we get this wizard. I don't need this. So I click on the X over here. Then I go to the screen options. I get rid of the Elementor overview. And now if I go to the website, to the homepage, for instance, I can click on edit page. Close this. And now I see a new area over here, edit with Elementor. So if I click over here, I'm opening Elementor for the first time. There's always a notification and you can close that. So this is the Elementor page builder. It can be that this is very overwhelming for you. You're seeing all those things, you're like, what is happening? Well, let me give you a brief overview of Elementor. So let me walk you through this interface. The first thing I see over here is this cool icon. What is new? Sometimes there's news, and you can see that over here. They're working on a new editor. When it is out, I will make a lot of tutorials about it. Right now, I will show you how it currently works with this version of Elementor. So here in Elementor is where we're going to spend a lot of time in order to create the content for our website. So how does it work? Here at the left-hand side, we have a container. And in that container, we can place elements, a heading, image, video, text editor, and a lot more, also pro versions, but I'm going to focus on the free version. You see a lot of free elements. So it's a matter of dragging and dropping. I drag it over here. And what you see when you have an element, you have three areas. The content, here I can change the title. You are amazing. Here at the style, I can change how it looks. So I can change the size, I can change the font. I can change the color if I want to. And then the third one is advanced. There you can play around with the margin, with the padding, and a lot of other options. Bring it to the center. If I want to add another element, I click on the plus. Let's say I want to drag an image. I can drag it on top. I can drag it below. If I release it, bam, there it is. Also here, I have three areas, content, style, and advanced. Well, content is different than with the heading. Why? Because this is an image and this is a heading. With the style, it's also different. Here, the style of the heading is different than the style of the image. I can change the width over here of the image. But at advanced, everything is the same. Over here, both at the image as in the heading. So depending on the elements, the content area and the style can be different. Then over here, we have the structure. This is really handy, especially when your website becomes bigger and bigger. You can navigate over here. So we have a container. That's this outlined area, this pink area. In that area, we have a heading and an image. That's what you also see over here. If you click on it, you go there directly. Especially when your site becomes bigger, that's really handy. You can navigate. When you click on an area, you go directly to that area. I can also change the title of the container. I can say hero. That's the first area people will see when they enter your website. And in that way, you can keep some structure. You can stick it to the right and keep on working with it all the time. And then your website is between this area and the structure. You can get rid of it. You can also say Command I, and then it's there. I can unstick it. So let me drag it here. So I can say Command I or Control I, and it will appear and disappear. You can also do it by clicking here. Then I can also get rid of this area so I can see how the website will look. And I can also do Control or Command P. So those are some nice things I use all the time. Command I, and if I say Command P, well, this is active, it disappears automatically. So I just see how the website will look for visitors. Now I go back to editing mode using Command P or Control P on the PC. Over here, this top bar is dark and this area is light. I think it's better for your eyes if you work for a long time in Elementor to have a dark interface. In order to change that, you click over here, you go to the user preferences and you change this to the dark mode. I think that is so much better. And since we are here, right now, if I want to duplicate this area, I need to say right mouse click, duplicate it, and then it will be duplicated. The same goes with this one, right mouse click, duplicate. If I want to remove it, right mouse click, delete. I want to work more efficient. So I go back to Elementor, to the user preferences, and I want to turn on quick edit options. I say yes. Now, when I want to duplicate it, I just click here. If I want to remove it, I click here. At this title, hover over it, duplicate, hover over it, remove. So now we can work more efficiently. Awesome. So now I can add more things over here. A button, for instance. And if I want to, I can also click on the plus and search over here. So if I search for a button, it appears over here and I can drag it here. Let me close this and talk a bit more about the interface. Right now I see the title home over here. I don't want that. In order to fix that, I want to click on the page settings, scroll down and change the page layout from default to Elementor full width. If I would say Elementor canvas, that means it has nothing else besides Elementor. So the only thing we see is what is created with Elementor. I go back to the page settings, scroll down, and I change it to Elementor full width. And that means that we make use of the Blocksy theme, the header and the footer, and everything in between from this point on to this point is all made with Elementor. So no page title from the Blocksy theme, so that's gone now. And this is for me the best way to work. The only thing is we change it at this particular page. But when I have more pages, I always want to make use of the Elementor full width area. So in order to fix that for all pages, I go to the Elementor site settings. So I go to site settings. Then I scroll down, I go to layout. I scroll down and I change the default page layout to Elementor full width. So now it's saved for every single page. I want to talk about something important. Sometimes I talk about not important stuff. Now I want to talk about something important, so listen carefully. I want to talk about the width of the website. The width of the website is not just a matter of, let's try this. No, there is a specific width that works best for conversions, for people, how they experience your website. And I will show you the ideal width for your website. Since we're here. But now, if I close this, then I want to drag an image over here. And I say Command P or Control P. What I see is that the width of the header has more space than the width of Elementor. So in order to fix that, over here I go to the site settings again, to layout. Here the content width is 1140. I want to change it to 1120. That is the best size for a website. But I also need to change that in the theme. So what I will do, I will click over here. I click on Exit to WordPress. Then I go to the website, to the customizer, general, layout, and also over here, it's a lot wider. So I bring it back to 1120. I click on publish. And by the way, one more thing, what I see here is the background white. Here it is not white. If I want to make this white, because I want my website to be white, I go back over here, I go back again, I go to colors, scroll all the way down, and the site background, I want it to be completely white. Publish, and now you see no distinction between the header and the background. I close this, edit with Elementor. And now when I say Command P, you see it lines up perfectly. The width of this area is 1120 pixels. I like to work really efficiently. So what I can do, I can set up a few settings that will help us to save a lot of time in the long run. And I'm talking about the padding of our containers. Sounds interesting? Maybe it does, maybe it does not. Either way, let me show you how to configure that in the best way possible. If you have no image over here yet, you can drag one over here. I want to show you something. If I say Command or Control P, you see it aligns perfectly. That's what I like. And what I also like is this space over here. If I would duplicate this, you see some space over here. It's not a lot. I prefer to have more space over here. And what I can do that manually by going here to this area, advanced, and then I say 60. And then I have that space, but then I need to do that every single time I create a container. I want that to be the default value. So in order to do that, I go to the Elementor logo, to site settings. This will save you so much time in the long run. I scroll to layout, and now we see content padding. If I would say 0, it's linked with each other because of this icon. If I uncheck it, I can give everything a different value. Right now it's all linked. So if I say 0 over here, or 5, it will be everywhere. So if I say 0 and I say Command or Control P, there's no space over here. Also no space over here. And if I would go to the tablet, look at this. It's completely at the left until the right. I don't like that. I like to have some space in between, some white space. Also over here, no space. So if I would duplicate this, I save the changes, I close this, and then I duplicate it. There's no space. I don't like it. So in order to change that, I click on the Elementor icon, site settings, layout. I have the ideal sizes for you. For a desktop, at the top, I want to have 60 pixels of space over here. Right now, there's no space over here yet. So at the bottom, I have unchecked this. I say 60. So now there is some space around this image, which is better. At the right and at the left, I don't want to have any value. Why? Because I want it to align with my theme. So this is perfect for the desktop. But when you have these settings over here and you see this icon, that means you can also have different values for the tablet and for the mobile. And if you don't change anything over here, it will automatically grab the same settings. So I have 60 over here, 0 at the left, 0 at the right, and 60 below. So for the tablet, I want to change that. So for the tablet, I will say I want to have 40 pixels everywhere. So both left, here, right, top, and bottom. Why? Because now it aligns perfectly with our theme. And it's so much better to have some space over here. Then we go to the mobile. You can also do that over here. I click on it. Automatically, it grabs the size or the value 40. Because if you don't change anything over here, it will automatically grab the value of the bigger device. So I go to the mobile and there I will say 26. Or let's see. I also want to make it aligned. So let's say 20. 20 on top, 20 at the sides, and 20 at the bottom. If this is 0, let's save it for now. Close this, and you add a text. It's completely from left to the right. I don't want that. That looks ugly. So again, Elementor icon, Elementor logo, site settings, layout, and then for the container of the mobile, I say 20 everywhere. And now you see there's some space over here. And now you see there's some nice space everywhere. And it looks so much better than this. Do you agree? I hope you agree. So when we go back to the desktop, we have 60 pixels of padding. And over here, in between the elements, there is 20 pixels of space. So if I save this, by default it's here, gaps 20%. If I close this, I see 20 pixels over here. So from here to here, between the purple or pink outlines, there's 20 pixels. So if I add a video, there's 20 pixels. If I add a button, 20 pixels. If you want to increase that, go to the Elementor logo, site settings, layout, and over here, change the gaps. I could say 30, and there's more space over here. Well, I actually like 20, so I'll keep it with that. And also for different devices, I can change the value, but I like it the way it is. So really important. Now, when I close everything and I drag an image, automatically it's optimized for all devices. And that will save us a lot of time when we're going to create an amazing website. What I want to do now, I want to make use of the Blocksy theme global colors in Elementor. I'm not going to use the Elementor colors. I'm going to use the colors of the Blocksy theme. So everywhere in the website later on where we change colors using the Blocksy theme, it will be changed in the Elementor page builder. Let me close this. I want to drag a heading over here. And if I click over here, I go to the style. I can make use of colors. So I can click over here. I can choose any color I want. No limitation. I can also click over here and make use of global colors. So what I will see that's really cool, I see the colors of the Blocksy theme. Color 1 until color 8. And those are the colors I want to use. I don't want to use the colors of Elementor. But I see those colors. So in order to fix it, what I've done or what I will do, I click over here. It's a Google Chrome extension. You can Google for Google Chrome color picker and then this one will pop up. I click on pick color. Then I go to this area. I click on it and I see really dark area over here. I click on the copy area. Now I go to colors. So I go to the Elementor logo, to site settings, to global colors. Then I go to the first color and I paste it. I go to the second color, I paste it. The third one, I paste it. And the fourth one, I paste it. And in that way, I know I should not use those colors. I don't need to see this. I save the changes. I close this. And now when I click over here, I want to make use of color. I can use the global color orange. And now later on in the Blocksy theme, if I change this color, the orange one from the Blocksy theme, it will also be changed over here. So when I use global colors in my whole website, I can change the look and feel at once by changing the global colors of the Blocksy theme. Then I want to go back to the Elementor logo, to site settings, Then I want to go to typography. And the text color, I want to give it a color of the theme, and it will be color 4. And for the links, color is fine. For H1, all the headings, I want to have the color 2. I need to do this for all the ages, H1 until H6. I only have to do this once. Color 2. Okay, so by default, when I create a header, it will have color 2. Save the changes, close it. So when I drag a heading over here, you see it has color 2 as the color. I also want to make use of global fonts from the Blocksy theme. So let me show you how to configure the fonts of Elementor so they align with the ones from the Blocksy theme. I also want to make use of the fonts of the Blocksy theme. So let me go to the site settings, to global fonts, but just in case as a fallback, I want to fill in the same fonts I use using the Blocksy theme. So over here, I change all the text here to Open Sans, copy this, select it. Also here, second one, the third one, and the fourth one. Save it. Then I go back and I go to typography again. Typography, paste it, Open Sans, then a link, Open Sans. But then the headers come. And there I want to make use of Nunito. Copy it, select it, and then for all the ages, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. Now the fonts are aligned with the Blocksy theme. Normally, the Blocksy theme fonts and the Blocksy theme colors will be used, but if that's not the case, then we have a fallback by using the same fonts in Elementor as in the Blocksy theme. I click on Publish. One more thing, if I made any adjustment, I can click on the eye. Then I will see the result for people that visit my website. That's exactly what they will see. If I decide to change something, so let me duplicate it and I click on Publish, I don't even have to refresh the page. Automatically it will be refreshed. So this can also be a nice way to work. So you can say Command or Control P, then you see the result. Or you can change something, publish it, and then see the result automatically over here. So I'm really excited. Now it's time to start learning more about how to create content using the Elementor page builder. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're finally getting started with building things in the Elementor page builder. What I'm going to do for you, I'm going to show you the basics of containers and elements. When we're going to create content, we're going to use those two specific things, containers, and in those containers we place elements. So let me show you how that works. So when we're creating content using Elementor, we're using two things. We're using containers, and in those containers we can place elements or other containers. And with that combination, you can create everything you can think of. So there are three ways to create a container. The first one is by clicking on the plus. I want to make use of a Flexbox, and then we can choose a template. So everything below each other, all the elements, every element next to each other. We can have two containers next to each other in one container. We can have four containers. So if I would select this, we have one container, as you see here with this pink outline. And in that container, we have four other containers. And in those containers, we can place elements. So if I click on the plus, I can add a heading over here. I can click on the plus. I go for an image in the second area. I can go for a text editor in the third one. I can even search for things. So I can say maps and place Google Maps in the fourth container. But that's not all. I can click on the plus. I can go for a video below the header or on top of the header. And when you learn how to combine containers with elements, you can create awesome pages. So that was the first way. The second way is by dragging the container over here. And I can place elements in it. And the third way is just by dragging an element to this area, and automatically a container will be created around it. So let's combine this. I close this. I click on the plus. I go for the Flexbox and I want to have three elements below each other. So I click on the arrow down. I start with a heading. Then below that, I can have a button, for instance. I can drag it on top or below. And I want to have an icon. So I scroll down and I see an icon. I can drag it below, on top, or in between. I go for in between. As I said before, over here, I can change the content. I can say this is a heading. I can make it H1. I can make it H3. I can link it to something else. Then over here at the icon, I can change this. So let's say I go for a heart. Now it's a heart. Also here I can have a link, so it links to something else. And here I can change the content. I can say subscribe. And if you want to do that, feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel to learn more about making websites and how you can make money with those. So as you see, the content area is different per element. So if I go to the heading, I go to the style area and I can bring it to the center. I can change the typography, make it bigger. I can make it uppercase. I can change the letter spacing. I can change the color. And then if I go to the icon, I can go to the style and there are different options. Also something like bring it to the center. I can have a primary color. So let's go for the global color 2. I can change the size. I can even rotate the area a bit. If I don't like it, select it, backspace, and then it's back to normal. I can change the hover color. So when you hover over it, it can be orange like that. The third one, subscribe button. I go to the style, also bring it to the center, change the typography, make it bigger, uppercase, change the background color. And when you hover over it, let's see, hover, background color, make it orange. So that's what styling can do. Then there's the third tab, advanced. So if I would go to the icon, I can go to advanced and I can go to the background and I can give this a color 2 background. Since the heart is also color 2, I go over here. I change this to color 8, which is white, but now there's not much space. So now over here at the padding, I can increase this. Now I can go to the subscribe button. I can change the background, default background to orange. When we hover over it to the dark one, I can spread it or stretch it. Now I can go to advanced, uncheck the margin, and at the top I can say minus. I can make it stick to the heart, so it looks like it's one element. So what I can do, I can click over here, I go to the content and I change this to something with YouTube, there you go. Then over here I say subscribe. I could change the color to the red one. Then I can go over here to advanced, to the background. Change it to white. Then I go to the style of the primary color. Also make it red. And now I can also go to the container because the container also has 3 tabs. We're going to talk about these tabs later. You can go to the style, change the background so we can make it slightly darker. So now you've seen how easy it is to adjust the style in a few steps. And these are just the basics. So what we're going to do step by step, I'm going to take you by the hand and create an amazing website. A few more things. I can say Command S or Control S instead of clicking on publish. So now if I say Control Tab, I go to the different tab and there you see the result already. So if I would get rid of this, I say Command S, Control Tab, then it's gone. One more thing. Click over here if you want to, and then go to the keyboard shortcuts. Here you see all the shortcuts. So we already talked about Command or Control P, Command or Control I. You can copy things, paste things, undo things, Command or Control Z. You can save it, Command S. You can go to the Finder, really nice. So you can say Command E. And you can create a new page, for instance, from here. And if you have more pages created with Elementor, you can just go through them really quickly, click on it. So let me show you real quick. If I go to About, I added the page. I added it with Elementor. From now on, the About page is also an Elementor page. So now if I say Command E, I can go to the home page, which is made with Elementor here or here. And now I can say Command E, about, go to the About page, since it's also using Elementor. So that's a really nice way to navigate through the website. One more time, go to the shortcuts, and there are more shortcuts as you see. Page settings, user preferences. So if I would say Command Shift U, I go to the preferences at once. So take a look at those shortcuts. Is there a shortcut to go to the shortcuts? Yes, there is. Shift ? Escape to go back to the screen. So now let's take a look at positioning within Elementor. So since I've shown you the basics of containers and elements, now let's talk about positioning them. I click on the plus, I go for a flexbox, and I want everything to be next to each other. I drag an image over here. Then I select an image by clicking here, upload files, select files. Then I go to the desktop, Ferdy.com resources. I go to web divine and then practice. I click on image 01, hold shift, click on image 04, and I open them. I go for the first one, select, and now it looks like this. I hover over here, duplicate it, or I can select it and say Command D or Control D. Then I click on the second one, I select image 2, the third one, select image 3, and the fourth one, select image 4. I hit Command I or Control I. I call this the hero, and this is the first image, the second one, the third one, and the fourth one. So when it comes to positioning, I select the container and there's the layout. The first thing, we can choose the layout, Flexbox or grid. I always use Flexbox. Right now the content width is boxed. What does it mean? If I hit Command P, it stays within the width of the website, within the 1120 pixels. That is what boxed means. If I would say full width, and I say Command P, and I make the screen smaller, it's completely from the left to the right of the screen. Depending on the size of your screen, it completely goes from left to right. Command P. So I go with boxed. Then we can change the width. We can make it wider. So if I say Command P, it goes outside of the 1120 pixels. We can also make it smaller, 600. There's one case when I do that. If I click on the plus, and I want to have a text over here. So let's copy and paste this. I prefer not to really like this. So in this case, I would say make the text, make this area 600 pixels wide. That's the only case where I decrease the width of a container. So let me go to this container again. If I get rid of it, say nothing, then it will automatically be from here boxed to the right. Then we have the minimum height. By default, it stretches with you. So if I would have anything here below, it would automatically become higher, but you can also set the minimum height. So if I increase it, let's say to 500, now the pixel height is 500. I will show you in a minute where you can use it for. And now here comes the magic. We can have the direction. Right now it's from left to right. I can also change it from top to bottom, and then it looks like this. In some languages, the text is from right to left. So that's what you can do over here, reversed or column reversed from bottom to top. I never use those two. What you see when you go from left to right, you take a look at this area and you change it to vertical, this changes and this changes. So depending on these two settings, these settings change. So let's start with going from left to right. By default, when it comes to justify content, the first one is selected. So if I select it, nothing happens because by default, this one is selected. So that means it's aligned to the left. It goes from left, it starts completely at the left and goes to the right. And here is some space left. If I justify it to the center, then over here is as much space as over here. So it's exactly in the center. And you see, there's some gap over here. That is what we have over here. The gap is 20 pixels because of over here, site settings. Layout, we decided that it should be 20. So that's the case. We can also align it to the right, as you see. And then there's an interesting one, space between. Here, the gap will be overruled. The gap will be variable based on the amount of elements. So when I say space between, it completely starts at the left and it completely ends at the right. So the gap becomes bigger based on how many elements there are. So if I would duplicate this, the gap becomes smaller, but it still starts here at the left and still ends here at the right. If I do this again, and again, and again, and again, it all stays within this row. So I can say Command D a lot of times. It stays completely from the left to the right. So let's bring that back. Also, when I remove an item, this one goes to the center. If I remove this one, it stays from the left to the right. I often use justify content, space between. Let me bring back number 2. Then there is space around. That means that the space we have at the left is exactly the space we have at the right. So here is the dividing line. This part is part of element 1 and this part is part of element 2. And that's why there is twice as much space over here as over here, because here there's only one element. And then there's the latest one, space evenly. That means that the amount of space that you see over here is also here at the left. To be honest, I never ever use those two. So I don't use this one, I don't use this one, I don't use this one, and I don't use this one. I work with start, center, right, and space between. Let's bring it to the center. If I would change this to vertical, now we can do the same. If I would say start, nothing happens. Why? It needs to be higher. So if I would increase the height, we see a lot of space over here because right now it's justified at the start. If I would say center, look at this, there's a change. This is the amount of space we also see below because vertically it's aligned at the center. We can also bring it to the bottom by clicking here. We can also have space in between. So here is the latest one. Here's the top one. Why is there space over here? Because of the 60 pixels we said that every container should have. So if I decrease this, you'll see that also the gap decreases between all the elements. And then we have this one and this one, which I never use. So let's go back to this one. Let's decrease this back to 500 and bring this to the center. Now we have align items. So right now by default, they are stretched. That's also what you see over here. This wrapper, this pink wrapper is completely from the top to the bottom because it's stretched. So if I click over here, nothing changes. Let's scroll down. Let me illustrate this to you how this can be beneficial for you. If I click on the plus, I go for everything next to each other. I want to drag a container in it where everything is below each other. Then I go for a heading. You don't have to follow along with this. I want to have a text. Then I go to this container. Then padding, I say, let's have 30 everywhere. Now I duplicate it. I give the background a slightly different color. And over here, I give this a white color. Okay, don't follow along with right mouse click, copy. I can paste the style, paste the style. Now, since we use stretched at the layout over here, if I make this text longer, you see this goes with us. I really like that. If I would change the layout from stretched to top, you see this is gone. You can bring it to the center. You can even bring it to the bottom. I like stretch. So in this case, it maintains a beautiful look when you use the stretch function. But over here, it doesn't do a lot. So that's the stretch. I can bring it to the top. Now you see that the outline, the purple or pink one, is only around the images. And if I bring it to the center, it's vertically aligned in the center. I can bring it down. And the same goes for vertical alignment. I can bring it to the left, I can bring it to the center, I can bring it to the right, and I can stretch it. And stretch it is only interesting when you're minimum height. And stretching vertically has nothing special that it does. So you can also bring it to the center, whatever you want to do. I leave it at default. So you see a big outline. And that's totally fine. What else can we do? Well, we talked about all the positioning. I can click over here. I can go to advanced and I can say, you know what, by default, you should be in the center because that's what we said in the layout. But I want you to align yourself at the left. And I want you to go advanced to the right. I want you to go advanced to the left. We can even take it a step further. I can play around with the margin top, increase it, so it increases. But I can also go to transform, offset, and play around with this. And this, together what I've shown you now with the layout, the item direction, justify content, align items, and then individual, margin, and offset, that gives you so much freedom to create whatever you have in mind when it comes to web design. So I go back, I bring it from left to right. Also here, I can align things to the bottom. Over here, I can say uncheck it, so it will be default. Over here, I can say it should be in the center. And then again, I can play with the margin and with the offset. So if I want to bring it back, click over here and it will be back. So maybe you're like, Ferdy, why are you talking about numbers? I want to create a website. Well, if I show you this, you can learn the basics. But now it's finally time to take everything we've learned so far and put it into practice. It's time to create an awesome homepage using the Elementor page builder. I want to congratulate you for persevering. At this point, we're finally going to start to build something. Right now, we've prepared a lot of things. You know now how to work with Elementor. And now I'm going to show you step by step how to create a beautiful homepage using the Elementor page builder. And we're going to start with a hero. What is the hero? I consider myself to be a hero. I consider Superman to be a hero. But I want to talk about the hero when it comes to websites. And that's the first thing people will see on your homepage when they enter your website. That's the hero. And we're going to create one that gives people a few choices that they can make so they don't leave the website. Are you ready? I hope you are, because we're going to get started with this. When I make websites, I keep in mind what is the goal. I want to get more clients. I want to get people to reach out to me. So that will be the main goal, and that's what I keep in mind when creating websites. What I also do, I take a look at popular websites and see how they are doing it, because they spend a lot of money on marketing. So if I take a look at the website of Apple, you see they have a product and there are two options. I can shop for the phone or I can learn more. And that's most of the time what's happening. People are interested or people are convinced. People that are convinced, they click on shop iPhone, they want to buy it. And there are people that are not convinced yet and they can click on learn more. They can learn more about iPhones and why you should buy one. If I take a look at Tesla.com, also a product and then two options. People that are convinced and learn more if you're not convinced yet. And if you click on that, you see more about their product. So I want to learn from that. So what I want to do, I want to place some information about my company and then have two call to actions. One is get in contact. The other one is learn more or view portfolio. So both people that are excited as both people that want to learn more can click on a button. If they don't see a button that fits what they want, they can leave the website. So in order to create this, I click on the plus. I want to have two areas. I go for the Flexbox and then I want to have two areas, one left, one right. So I click on this one. And then if I say Command I, remember I have the container. If I open it, I have two containers in a container. So I double click over here. This is the hero. A hero is the first thing people will see when they enter your website. Then I have the left area. I double click and I say title plus call to action. And right, I want to have an image or a slideshow or a video. So I say image. Before we said that every time there is a container, there should be a padding of 60 at the top and at the bottom. But that also happens in containers that are in other containers. But there I don't want that. So I click on this container, I go to advanced and at padding I uncheck this and then it will be 0. The same goes over here, advanced, uncheck this. So by default, I love the 60 pixels you see over here and over here. But when there are containers in a container, I prefer to have no padding. So let's start with the title and CTA. I click on the plus and I want to go for a heading. If you want to have a great heading, these days you can go to ChatGPT and say, I have a web design company in Amsterdam and I want to have a great title on the header that shows people what I do, what the company does, and how I can help them. Make it in between 5 and 10 words. Give me 5 examples. Websites that grow your business, not your stress. Professional websites built to attract more clients. We design websites that convert visitors into customers. Wow, there are some real cool ones. We design websites that convert visitors into customers. So if I grab this, copy it, I can triple click and paste it over here. We design websites that convert visitors into customers. If it's too long, copy this and say, make this shorter. We build high converting websites. Bam. And of course you can tweak yourself. So I like, we build high converting website. We build websites, let's say, that grow your business. I don't have to overcomplicate it. We build websites that grow your business. Super cool. So by default, it has this cool color that's in the style of our website. So I like that. I can go to the style, go to the typography and increase it a bit. Make it a bit bigger. I like to have 3 rows. Really big, 50. Awesome. Then below that, I want to have a call to action, or better, 2 call to actions. But if I drag a button over here, and I'm gonna drag more buttons, it has no style, it's gray. I don't like it. So what I will do, let me publish it. I get rid of this. I go over here to the Elementor logo, to the site settings, and then I can go to the theme styles, buttons. So by default, I can say that the background of a button should have an orange color. And when you hover over it, it should become a color 2. So back to normal, the text color should be default color 8. Okay, and the border radius, I like it to be 30. I save the changes. And now every single time I drop a button, bam, it has the style already. So I click on it and the invitation will be book a free call. I can say contact, but I want it to be very clear. Book a free call instead of if you get in contact and then it says there, you can book a free call, and then maybe they think I don't want to have a free call, I just want to get in touch. So here I say really clearly, book a free call. And then I want to have another call to action for the people that are not convinced yet. And that says portfolio. And what I want to do, I want to go to the style, go to the background color and change it to a dark one. And when people hover over it, make it an orange one. So over here, it's the other way around. Really nice. If I click on publish, click on the eye, I see the results. Awesome. Let me tell you that there are multiple ways to do things in Elementor. So there's not a wrong way or a right way. There is, however, a better way. So let me show you how you can build websites in a way that they are staying light and fast. So what I could do, I could click on the plus. I drag a container over here. In that container, I go to advanced, uncheck the padding. Then I drag this over here. This also below that. So they're now in this container. And then at the container, I can go to layout and I can say, bring it from left to the right. But I prefer to keep things as light as possible. We don't need this container. So I drag this button below the heading again. Here I say delete. What I can do over here, container, I go to layout. And instead of showing everything below each other, I say go from left to right. But remember, it will fit everything in this container. But there's a solution for that. We did not talk about this yet, but if you go over here to wrap, you can say make everything not wrappable. That's by default the case, or make things wrap. When it doesn't fit anymore, make things go to the next row like that. So if I duplicate this, as long as it fits, it will say on that line. But if it doesn't fit anymore, then it goes to the next one. So now, if I delete this, we don't need to have an extra container. So in that way, you can sometimes work a little bit more smart and keep your website lightweight. So book a free call. It goes to the page contact. I select it, and this one goes to the page our work. So I click over here and also call this our work, or about us, whatever you want to do. I click on publish, and then at once I can see the result over here. So far, so good. Here at the right, I can click on the plus. I can search for an image. I can drag it over here. I can click on this image, upload files, select files, and then I go to the resources folder, to web design, homepage, and there I see 3 images. I say Command A, open them. If you want to learn how to create an image like this, let me copy this, paste it in the alt text and description, select, publish. Okay. If you want to learn how to create an image like that, go to YouTube and search for Ferdy mockup. Create this. So a 12-minute video on how to create something like that. Okay. What I see, since I place this image, there is a lot of space over here. Why? Because of the settings. In order to fix it, I go to the container, the upper one, the hero, then at layout, here at align items, vertically, I want to say center. And now it's in the center. So if this somehow would be higher, so I go to layout, make it higher, the left area will stay in the center, as you see. Okay, publish. This looks good. Right now we've created a light area in our website. We can also create a dark website. So let me show you how to duplicate this area and make it dark real fast. Things can get dark really fast in this tutorial. By the way, maybe not the best time, but let's do it anyways. If you like this video, please like the video. And if you want to learn more about making websites that can generate you money, then please subscribe. Let's continue and make this website dark. So right now I'm making use of a light background. What I also can do, I can duplicate it. So let's keep this one. I can also make it dark. So I click over here, go to the style, go to a background. I can make it a dark background. Then I can click over here, go to this style, change this to color 8. Okay, what I also can do, I can click over here, make it a gradient instead of a flat color. So color 1 and color 2 could be color 3. Let me see. Okay, then I can go back to the style and then change the angle to 270. Now you see, you get a totally different look and feel. So that's up to you what you would like to do. Do you want to have a dark background with a light text? Or would you like to show it like this? Well, you see how easy it is to duplicate things, adjust things. But we're not there yet. I want to keep going with this one. Over here, I want to do something. If I click over here, I want it to be more responsive. So I go to the style, and then at hover, I see another option. I can see a hover animation. So I can make it shrink like that. I like that. I can change the transition duration. I can say 1 second. That's a bit slower. Also over here, I can do the same. Go to the style, hover, change the animation to shrink 1 second. I can also change it to milliseconds. So I can say 500 milliseconds. So here it takes 1 second. Here it takes half a second. And I prefer half a second. So I go to style, hover, milliseconds, 500. What I also can do over here, click, go to style and make it transparent, the background. So I go over here and drag this to the left. Then I can have a border padding. So I can have border type solid, and then the border width can be 2. But then it does not align perfectly anymore with this. How can I fix that? Well, I can go to the padding, uncheck this. It's a matter of playing around. So let's say 7 at the top and 7 at the bottom. Let's make it 10. And at the right, I can say 15. And at the left, I can say 15. I think that looks pretty good. You can also make it semi-transparent. So I can make it over here. I can make it black. And then semi-transparent, like that. So in that way, you can do a lot of different things. For now, I like to go with a fully transparent background. Publish. Book a free call. Our work. I like it. Over here, I just use an image. What I also can do, if I go back to the structure, now there is an image container, and in that image container, there's an image. What I also can do instead, I can drag this image on top over here. I get rid of the container. And now I change the order by dragging it down. So now this becomes quite big. So what I can do, I can go to the container and there I see that the width is 50%. Then I can go to the image. In order to change this to 50%, I go to advanced, change the width from default to custom. And then in percentage, I say 50. Publish. So it stays exactly the same. The only thing is I made use of a container less, which makes the website faster. I go back to the hero. I can increase the height if I want to. In pixels or in viewport height. In viewport height, that means the size of the screen that people are using. So 80% of the screen. If I say 100, it's 100% of the screen. And depending on what kind of screen people have, this will be used. And if you say pixels, it's everywhere the same. So let's see if I increase this. I can make it 500, for instance. And then I have a bit more space on top. And at the bottom, not the 60 anymore. Right now I'm using an image. I can click on the plus. I can also make use of a carousel. Image carousel. I drag it over here. I get rid of the image. Here, I say at advanced default width that it should be 50. And now I need to add some content over here. Click on the plus. And I want to add 3 images. So I select them all 3. Create a new gallery. I can change the order. Insert the gallery. Okay, now it's displayed like this. So we can configure this. Image resolution, I want it to be medium. The slideshow default, I want to show 1 slide at a time. And I don't want to show any navigation like this. Okay. I want to go to additional options. Autoplay, pause on hover. So when I hover over it, there's nothing happening. No. Pause on interaction. No. Autoplay speed. Every 5 seconds, a new image will appear. I say make it 3 seconds. Infinite loop. So after the last image, it will go back to the first image. Yes. The effect, I like it to be a fade instead of a slide. And the fade can take 1 second. And then it looks like this. Sorry, 1 second is 1,000. Now it looks like this. Okay. Voila. So you can show a bit about from your portfolio. What you also can do, I can click on the plus, go for a video. Let's drag it over here. Did I add it? Let me see here. There it is. I probably need to add something before it shows. Let me get rid of the image carousel. So there it is. I say self-hosted. I grab a file, upload files, select files. I go to my computer, my desktop. There is a portfolio item. It's 13 megabytes, so keep in mind it can make your website faster. And this is a video with some portfolio items of websites I have made. So I select it, but I don't like the way it is displayed right now. So what I can say, autoplay. I don't want to show any play controls. And let's see if I take a look at the settings. This looks okay. If I go to the style, I want to change the aspect ratio to 1:1, something like that. And in this case, I could say, you know what? I don't want to have any padding. So it sticks like that. If I click on publish, it shows like this. So you see there are a lot of ways to display information on your website. I say Command Z a few times. I want to show the single image. There you go. Then I go to the backend one more time, style. I want to make use of the darker color. Let's see. Maybe that's too dark. Let's see. I want to make use of, let's go for the color 2. What's happening? Color 2. Could it be that there's a glitch? Make it a bit darker. Publish. And we go to something like this. We build websites that grow your business. One more thing for the hero. I click over here. I can go to the shape divider, and then at the bottom, I can choose one, and it will be displayed like this. You can have a lot of different things. If there's one you like, you can choose that one. I like this one, but I want to configure it a bit more. So I can change the width. I can change the height. So I want to make it really narrow, not that high. I can flip it. I can invert it. And I have to say I like that. I publish it. So that's how we made the hero of our website. So this is how it looks right now. I like to have some more space over here. So I can click over here, go to the style, to the typography. And over here, the line height. I can increase it a bit more. Publish. Or I can also say Command P. This is how it looks. Maybe you're like, I want to make this image a bit smaller. Or I want to make this bigger. Well, I can click over here. I can go to Advanced, Custom Width. I can decrease it. And what I see now is that it's going towards the left. So that looks weird. I want to align it to the right. So how can I do that? I need to go over here to the layout and change the justify content. I can say I place it in the center now, but what I prefer is space in between. So this stays completely at the left and this stays completely at the right. I can click over here, go to the content, of the container, and then increase it, because here I decrease it. So there's more space for this area. When I make it too big, it will automatically decrease. Let me bring this back. Actually, I like 50. So you see this gap over here, and that has everything to do with this option here that we say space between. So I can make this bigger. And if I make this too big, then it will push this. But right now, I'm okay. How about 45 or 40? That seems to be great. And then I can, make the text a bit smaller. Go over here. Play around with that. Yeah, I like it. Make this a little bit bigger. And it can be that you think, okay, this is it. This is how I want it to look. But then the question is, how does it look on other devices? Every single time I finish a container, I want to optimize it for all devices. Why? Before I decided to create the whole page and then optimize it at the end. But sometimes I copy and paste things from earlier on in the website building process. And if I do that, I need to optimize those two parts later on individually. So if I optimize a container after I finish it, and later on I copy and paste it, then I don't have to optimize it twice. So that's why I want to optimize a container after I finish it. So let me show you how you can do that. I go to Elementor and I click on the tablet view. So everywhere in Elementor where you see this icon, it means you can have different values per device for desktop, tablet, and mobile. So over here, I think this looks quite big. I can click on it. Then I can go to typography and I see this icon. That means on a desktop, it is 47, but here I can make it 35. Also the line height, I have this icon. So that means I can decrease it for the tablet until I think this looks great. I can even go to the container, to the layout and the minimum height. I can change it because I see this icon. Awesome. When I've done that, automatically those settings for the tablet will also be used for the phone. So if I go to the phone, it will probably say viewport height 50. I click on it and it says viewport height 50. So I can increase it a bit more, so I have more space. And there are a few things we can do. Over here at the big container, I want to bring things to the center. That's already the case. Over here also. Then I click on this text, I bring it to the center. I go to this container, bring things to the center. So this is aligned in the center. We build websites that grow your business. And this I want to make it bigger. So I go to custom width, increase that. And then I go to advanced, add margin, uncheck this. And here I could say 30. And here I could say 60 to create some space. How about also 30? So now it looks nice on a desktop, on a tablet, and on a phone. Awesome. I publish it. This is how it looks. This is how we create our first area. Let's talk about highlighting specific text. Have you ever heard about CSS? It's cascading style sheets. I did a course about it in 2007. And since then, I did not learn anything else about it. So I'm not a CSS guru. I'm going to show you a little bit about CSS. And in that way, we can style our website a bit more. CSS stands for styling your website. If this website would have no CSS, it would just be a white background with black text and images. That's it. But thanks to CSS, we can give it a style, we can have cool things. And Elementor helps us to create that CSS style so we don't have to code it ourselves. But we can sometimes, if we want to, use some custom CSS. And I will show you how to do that. And it's quite easy. It's just a matter of copying and pasting the thing that I have already created for you. So let's do that. In order to highlight a word like this, we're going to Ferdy.com. Then I search over here for Elementor. There it says WordPress tutorial for beginners. I scroll down and then below all the videos, I see give any text a color. I copy this whole code. And then over here, I click over here. I go to content and just before the word websites, I paste this and when I see highlighted word. So I can grab websites, cut it, and then over here, replace highlighted word. We build websites that grow your business. Now, if I publish it, and I go to the customizer, if I decide to go to the colors and to change this orange color, look at this. This also changes with it. So that's super cool. I want to create a second area, a second container in our website, and I want to show you a few other things you can do in Elementor. So what I want to do, I want to highlight 3 specific areas that I think will make me stand out from my competitors. So in order to create the next area, I go to ChatGPT and I say, what are 3 key things my company should have when I want to stand out from my competitors? It's about a web design agency in Amsterdam. Give me 3 titles and a 20 till 25 word text that talks about those titles. Okay, so I can use this as a reference to write something. Of course, I can also write something myself. So what I will do in order to create the next area, I click on the plus and I search for an icon box. Over here, an icon box. I want to duplicate it twice. 1, 2. Then I click on the container and I want to bring it from the left to the right. I click over here. I want to start with the content. So the first one, results, not just design. I can copy the title if I want to. I can paste it over here. And I want to adjust it a bit. I want to say we create custom designs. Then there's the text. Copy. Paste. So over here, when it comes to custom designs and our quality, I want to change the icon to something else. So you can take a look at all the icons over here. You can also search. So I search for a check mark. This one, insert. Awesome. We can style this. In order to illustrate it, I want to make the background dark, temporary. So I go to the container, to the style, classic, and I choose the color 4, which is dark. Now I click over here. I go to advanced, layout. I close that and I go to background. And I want to create a white background, which is color 8. Then I want to go to the border. I want to give the radius of 25 pixels. But look at this, how close text is, the content is towards the edge. So I go to layout again, to padding. Padding is on the inside, as you see, and margin is on the outside. So I like this. Then I go back over here to content. And I can change the way this is displayed. So right now the view is default. I can also make it stacked like that or framed. I prefer stacked. The shape is a circle. I can make it rounded or square. I like circle. Well, I'm happy with how this all looks. Then I go to the style. And there I can say the icon position, I want it to be at the left. Okay. Then there's the icon spacing, the spacing between the icon and the text. You can play around with that. I think 20 is amazing. And the content between the title and the text, I want it to be 0. Then I go to the icon. I think the icon is too big, but first let me change the colors. The primary color, I change it to orange. That's the background. And the secondary color, I want to change it to color 8. I don't see it right now, so let me see how I can fix that. That's a small glitch. So if I scroll down a bit, there you have it. Then the size, arrow up. I think 30. We can play around with the padding and stuff. But I'm okay with this. We don't need the border radius because it's already rounded. Then we have the content, which contains the title. So the title, I can make it bigger or smaller. 24. Then we have the text, the description, typography. Let's see. 16. Okay, it's 4 rows. I like to keep that in mind because I want everything to be 4 rows. Now I can remove this and remove this. Now I can duplicate it and duplicate it. Then I go to the second one, clear communications and fast and reliable. Okay, well, thank you for the ideas. I want to go with something different. When I think about the company I have in mind, I want to stand out with organic results. So I'm good in SEO, so I can say SEO, but I prefer to say organic results. And then I can type a text about that. Something like that. And if I say Command P, I see how it looks. I think the font should be a bit smaller, but let's first go to the icon and change that to a leaf, organic leaf. Okay, then the third one, I want to focus on clients. So I say client-centered. And then I have a text with that. Okay, I publish it. Let me take a look. What I see is that not all the elements have the same width. So in order to fix that, I click over here. I go to advanced, layout, I change the default to custom, and then I say 30%. Also over here, advanced, change it to custom, 30%, and then over here, advanced with custom, 30%. But now it's not aligning perfectly anymore because there's 90% in total and then 2 times 20 pixels. How can I fix that? I click over here, I go to advanced again, and I say, make the size grow. So it stretches itself out until it has no space anymore. And if I set it to all 3 of them, it will make use of the 100% minus the 2 gaps. So now they're equally width. I think the titles can be bigger. So I go to the style and content title, let me see, can be 26, and the text I want it to be smaller. And this is how I make websites. Just playing around, see what is working. 14. So now I can copy the style and over here right mouse click, paste the style and paste the style. Let me see. It all has 5 lines, which I really like. Okay, what else can we do? Well, I click over here. I go to the style, to the color. I click on the color and I say, bring it back to nothing. Then I go to the container advanced and I uncheck the padding. So there's no more padding anymore. Then I want to click over here. I want to go to the advanced area to border. And then there's the box shadow. I want to create a shadow like this. Maybe that's too much. Spread a bit more. So at the blur, I can increase it a bit. Let's say 20. Right mouse click, copy, paste the style and paste the style. Maybe a bit less, or what I can say at the border is that the color should be less transparent, the shadow. Right mouse click, copy, paste the style, paste the style. And now I want to do something cool. I want to bring it up a little bit. So when people see my website, they immediately see the 3 things we stand out in. I click over here, I go to advanced, then I go to margin, uncheck it, and at the top I do a minus, so arrow down, and I bring it up. And this is so cool in my opinion, how this looks. So I bring it up halfway through. Something like that. Let's do 100. But now this looks weird. So what I will do over here, I click here, advanced, and then at the padding, I uncheck it, and at the bottom, I go to the plus. Now I pushes everything up a little bit. And I think I should do the same. That is 100. But more important is that there's as much space over here as over here. I think when I do 100, it's perfectly aligned in the center again. Publish. I think that's really nice. Let's see how we can fix it. I think it's a bit too big. So I click over here. I go to the style of the icon. This is the spacing. Let's make it 14. Let's go to the icon. Let's make it smaller. 24. And then the text, maybe 1 notch smaller, 1 size, or I'm sorry, this is the title. Description 12. Okay, let's do that. Copy, paste style, paste style. There you go. So if you have this on your screen right now, maybe with a little bit different text, I want to congratulate you. This looks like a good website in my opinion. And then the question is, how does it look on different devices? Well, let's figure it out. I click on the tablet icon and it looks like this. I don't like that. First of all, over here, since we adjusted a few things in the padding, I need to bring it back now to 45, or was it 40? 40. Okay, then I go to a smartphone. Okay, now I want to go to the tablet again, but then to the second area. And for tablet, I would like to bring everything below each other. So for the desktop, it's from left to right. For a tablet, I say, let's bring everything below each other. So I click over here. I bring everything to the center. And then here, I would like to say at advanced, change it to 500 pixels, copy, paste style, and then look at this. I could not select it. Sometimes I cannot. If I cannot do that, Command I, go to the container. I say 3 amazing features. And then here at advanced, I uncheck this and I bring it up, but not as much as I would. So I go to the hero and then at layout, I uncheck this and I bring it up. Okay. So I think this looks amazing. Keep in mind over here, there needs to be space below. So at the bottom, let me uncheck this and I say 60. So there's space below. And then for the phone, click over here, advanced, padding, let's say 20. And then uncheck this. I bring it up again. And that makes me really happy. So now it looks great on all 3 devices. Let's talk about animations. A real cool thing we can do in the free version of Elementor is create animations, and it can really make your website come alive. So let me show you how you can implement that in your website. In order to create animations, I go over here. I can click on an element. I can go to advanced and then I go to motion effects. There is entrance animation and I can say entrance fade in from the left, but I can also create a delay. So if I say 250, that means 250 milliseconds, which is 1/4 of a second. So if I publish it, after 1/4 of a second, this will appear. Then the second one, this image, I want it to arrive from the right after a half second, 500. Then there's the third one, advanced layout, motion effects, entrance from the left. What I also can do, I can make it slow. So it enters slowly or fast. This time, 750. And this one, advanced, from the right, after 1 second. Then there's this element. Let's do it fade up after 12, so 1.25 seconds. Then this one after 1500 milliseconds, fade in up. And then we see them in a minute all together. This one fade in up, 1750. Publish, look at this. Bam! There you go. I can also make the background fade in. So I click over here, advanced, motion effects, animation, fade in. And I can say fade in slow at once. So look at this. It goes like that. I think it looks amazing. It can slow down your website a bit. We're using a fast web hosting provider, so that should not be a problem. You also don't want to overwhelm your visitors. I will bring it back. How can I do that? I click over here. I go to motion effects. First, I get rid of the number. And then I click on the X. Otherwise, if you don't get rid of the number, it will somewhere appear in the source code of your website and can make your website slower. I do everything to make my website, keep my website as fast as possible. So first I get rid of the number and then I say X. I do it with everything, fast forward. Let's check it if we have everything. Only the background. So there you have it. Let's go to the next part. I want to create the third container. And in this container, I want to have two containers next to each other. You can have containers in containers. And in those containers, you can have elements. So what I want to do, I want to talk a little bit more about ourselves. Who are we? What are we standing for? And what can we do for people? So let me show you how we can create that area. What about us? What about all the things? Let's continue. In order to say something more about my company, I go over here, click on the plus, Flexbox. I go from, you know what? I want to have everything from left to right. At the left, I want to have an image carousel. So I search for image. I drag it over here. And here I say, bring everything from, oh yeah, okay. Then I click on the plus. And the next thing I want to have is a container. At the right, there you go. So over here, I want to add a few images. You can use the same images I use. I created them with Nano Banana Gemini 3, I think. So I go to Web Design, Business. There you have it. I always rename my images to search terms I want to be found on. So if I would search right now for Web Design Agency Amsterdam, sometimes Google shows images over here. Look at this. My website is first. How cool is that? What I'm teaching is working. How cool. Look at this. The first image, the second image, they're mine. This one. So when people click over here, they can go to my website and they can become my client. I think that is super cool. So always rename your images. Again, let's go to Web Design Business, Command A, open them. And that's why I always rename them. So I get rid of the dashes, copy, Web Design, copy, paste, and paste. The same goes with this one. Get rid of the dashes, copy, paste, paste. In order to select everything, I say Command or Control A. So what I do, Command A, Command C, Command V, Command V. Again, I only have to do this once. And every time I do this, I think about the potential of new clients that I can get by doing this. As you see in the search results, it's working. It's really working. So I want to change the order. First, we come together and we talk about how we can make this website work. Then we have amazing lunches and break times. First, we're going to talk about the results and we have some good time. And then we're going to talk with the client about the results. And she's happy, as you see. Insert the gallery. If you want to work with other images, you can go to ferdy.com/istock, hit enter. And there you can search for web design agency or whatever website you have. What I prefer to do if I see an image I like that represents my company, I click on it and then I scroll down a bit so I can see more images of the same maker. So in that way, I can keep everything the same. I really like this. So there's also a possibility you can also get a subscription, so you can get a lot of images per month, or you can buy them one by one. I leave that up to you. I used a Nano Banana to create these images. And let me show you how you can configure this. We already have done that over here. Let's do it again. So image carousel, image resolution, I like to say 768. Slice show only 1. Do I want to have these dots? Yes. Do I want to have these arrows? No. So at the navigation, I say only show the dots. I want the dots to be in the image. So I go to additional options. Lazy load, I say yes. Autoplay, yes. Pause and hover, no. And every 3 seconds, I want to show a new image. I want to have an infinite loop. So after the last image, the first one appears again, and I want to slide. I can also make it fade. But I want it to slide and I want it to take a second. Yes. You know what? I choose fade. Yes, love it. Then I go to the style and there I say the position of these dots should be inside. The best experience is when you have the same resolution for every image. Otherwise, this can change in height. You don't want that. So I would make sure that every aspect ratio, every resolution is exactly the same of all the images. Okay, now I don't see this anymore. So I'm going to the color, the default color, I want to make it white. So there they are. And the active color, I want to make it orange. I want to make the size of these dots a bit bigger and increase the space. Something like that. Then I want to go to the image and give it a border radius of 25. Like that. Okay. I want to give it a dark background. So what I will do, I click over here on the container. I go to the style, make it gradient. I use color 2 and I use color 2. Then I go to the first container, to the style. And there I grab this dark color, copy it. Over here at style, color 1, I paste it. And then I change the angle to 270. Then I go to the 3 amazing features and I want to create some space below. So I go to advanced and here at the bottom I say 60. There you go. So I'm really happy with how this looks. Then I click on the plus. I want to have a heading over here. And I want to click on the plus again and go for a text. At the style of the text, I make it white, and the heading, I want to go to the style and I make it orange. Okay, I go to ChatGPT and I say, create a 80 till 100 word text about the company Ferdy.com, a web design agency in Amsterdam, focusing on custom designs, SEO, and positive ROI, return on investment, by advertising. Bring on the magic. Bring on the magic. That sounds weird, but it still does the trick. I click over here. Also, give me a title for this text. So I paste the text over here and somewhere in between, I want to give it a new paragraph like that. Okay, I click over here. I want to go to layout and align everything in the center like that. So if this text becomes bigger, this stays in the center vertically. As you see, I like that. Okay. Over here, I go to advanced and I uncheck the padding like that. Let's see. Web design that delivers real business growth, custom websites, SEO. That's what I like. Copy. Let's see. Custom websites, SEO, and profitable online growth. Then I can go to the style of the heading, to the typography, and I can play around with the line height. Like that. What I want to do, what I've done over here, I made use of this span with the color. I want to do the same. So I want to highlight Amsterdam. So I go to the code and just before the word Amsterdam, I paste this. So let me get rid of the span. And then everything after Amsterdam, or after Amsterdam, I paste it. Then I make it bold. Let me see what else. I want to highlight results. So I go to result, I go to the code, I copy the strong area, this one, and then here at result. And then I want to close it with closing strong. There you go. Go back to visuals, make sure that there are still 2 paragraphs. Publish. There you go. Custom websites, SEO and profitable online growth, Amsterdam results. Business growth. How about that one? One latest one. Strong. Copy. And then I copy this one. Like that. Well, how does it look on a different device? This is how it looks. I think that's nice. I can, if I want to, bring everything below each other for a tablet. If you prefer to do that, you can do that. What I also can do is then make the width 600 or 500, like that. And then for phone, it looks nice. Maybe make the title a bit smaller. Okay, and then I can click over here. I go to advanced, and then the order, I bring it to the end. So first the text, then the images. So on a big screen, on the tablet, and on a phone. And on the tablet, let's see. Here I have no more 2 paragraphs. Sometimes that's a glitch. Backspace, enter. Now it is back. And for the phone, it's also back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the way to cookie crumbles. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to show some credibility. Maybe you have already had some projects for people and you can share those logos from people for whom you have worked. And that will give you some credibility, like, hey, this person already has finished a few projects for certain companies. So let me show you how you can create an area where you show those logos. Let's show some credibility on our website, show who we work for. And I will use a few logos. If you want to get those logos, you need to go to the internet and download them yourself. I don't know if I can share those. So what I will do, I'll create a new area by clicking on the plus. I go for a heading. And over here at the container, I want everything to be from the left to the right. I want to make use of the wrapper. We've done it before over here. So over here, I'll go to the style. I will make it orange. And I will go to advanced, and then I say the width should be full width. So if I say Command I, over here at style, I bring it to the center. But if I want to add a new element, which is an image, I can drag it here at the left. It's a little bit hard now. So what I see, it's above the header. So I will bring it below the header, or I drag the header on top of the image. And automatically this goes to the new line. Why we go from left to right. And when something is 100% in width over here, then it goes to the next line. So over here, I click on choose image, upload files, select files. I made use of those 4 logos. I got them from the internet. As I said, I don't know if you can share them, so you can find them yourself, or you can use the logos of companies you have worked for. I click on open. And I select them. Then I duplicate this. I duplicate it again, and I duplicate it again. I click on the second logo. I go for NVIDIA. The third one, I go for Google. And the latest one, I go for Amazon. Well, let's make this look better. I click over here. I go to advanced. We've worked with this before, just like over here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna make sure that the width, the total percentage of everything, of all those images, is less than 100%, so they can all be in one line. Let me explain this to you. Right now, this is all below each other because those logos are too big. This one cannot be next to this one because there's no space. So it goes to the next line. So in order to make them all line up, I click over here, I go to advanced, and here at the width, I change it to custom. And I could say 25%. But keep in mind, we're also talking about gaps here. So if I would say 25%, and this one also 25%, a total of 50%, now a total of 75%. If I make this 25, it will not be next to the Google logo. Why? Because in total it's 100% plus those gaps of 20 pixels, which is a total of 60 pixels. So what I need to do, I need to make those logos even smaller. So I would say 20, copy, paste style, paste style, paste style. Now they are below 100%. And that's also what you see over here because it's not aligning anymore. So in order to fix that, I need to make use of the grow function, one of my favorite functions in Elementor. Talking about growth, look at these. Those are small, but if you go to my most recent tutorial, you will see that I became slimmer and fitter. Why? Because that's my goal. So you can decide to do that right now or do that after you finish the tutorial and subscribed and liked and donated. You cannot donate, by the way, but you can use the grow function in Elementor. So let's talk about that. I click on it, advanced, and then over here I say size, grow. So it will become as big as possible to go towards the 100% as you see, but it will respect the gaps. So in this way, with the grow function, you can make use of percentages and pixels at once, because it's really weird to measure in percentage and in pixels in one row. But this fixes it. So using the grow function and 20%, I say right mouse click, copy. I also want this to be 20% and grow, 20% and grow, and 20% and grow. And now it all stays in the same line. Well, this looks weird. I don't like it. So I click on the container and at layout, at the align items vertically, I say center. Super cool. But this logo is different than Google. As you see here, the text is really on top of the logo. So I can click on this. I can go to advanced, go to transform, and then go to offset. And at the Y, I bring it down a bit so it aligns better. Then I can go to the container, to the layout, and I can say the gaps, I want them to be 40. So there's more space in between. So I can even say 60. But there's also 60 pixels over here. That's a lot. So I uncheck this, and then for the rows, I say 20. So this is close to each other, and over here, every time there is 60 pixels in between. Then I can go to the layout and I say, you know what? I think it's too wide. So I make it a little bit less wide. Let's go for 800. But now it doesn't fit anymore. So now I need to play around again. It has to do with the big, really big gap of 60 pixels. So maybe now I can bring that back. Let's go over here, layout. Let's see when Amazon comes back. So let's say 50. Okay. Maybe I'm like, Google is a bit too big. So I click over here. I go to advanced. I can go to percentage and make it a bit smaller. And when I do that, everything else will become bigger. Then I can click over here, go to advanced. So that's how you can play around with those logos. And when you think, okay, this looks nice. By the way, right now I go to transform. Adjust it again. Okay, I really like this. Then the question again is, how does it look on a different device? And by the way, over here, I make the row 30, a bit more space. And of course, I want to change the text. So at content, I say companies we work for. Awesome. Now I publish it. Then I go to the tablet view. It looks like that. I think it looks amazing. I don't want to do anything about that. Then I go to the mobile view and that looks like this. So what I can do, I can click over here and I can say, you know what? Make the width, custom width, 100. Copy, paste style, paste style, paste style. Maybe it's a bit big. So what I also can do, I can go over here and at the width, I change it to 200, but then this also becomes smaller. So I can also get rid of this. Click over here, go to content, or even better to style, change the width to 200, copy, paste style, paste style, paste style. And now I'm really happy with how this looks. So it looks like this on the desktop. It looks like this on the tablet, like this on the phone. Over here, I'm not happy. Let's see what's going on. In percentage, I was saying 20 and grow, copy, paste style, paste style, paste style. If it's not fitting, what I do, I bring it to 18 or even 19. Copy, paste style, and paste style. And then again over here, advanced for the tablet. I know what happened. I copied the style, so I got rid of the offset and stuff. That's why it did not work. So also over here, let me bring this back. I keep on learning. Publish. So when I do the grow function, I change the percentage. I should not copy it and paste it, but I should manually do that everywhere. So now it looks great over here, over here, and over here. I want to take things to the next level. I want to create a new area. I want to talk a bit more about ways to design your website, and I want to talk a bit more about copying and pasting so you can be more productive. So that's what we're going to do in the next area. I'm going to talk more about the services I offer. I click on the plus, I go for a flexbox and everything below each other, and I want to start with the background. So I go to the style, gradient, let's choose color 1, and over here color 2. Then I go to this gradient background. I choose this color, which is slightly darker, and that is the color I paste over here at color 1. Then I change the angle to 270, so we have exactly the same as here and as here. Then I want to go for a heading. I change the style to orange. I bring it to the center. I go for the content and I say our services. Or I can say this is how we work. So let me show you how you can make this look different. I can go to advanced, to the background, and I can say make this background orange. Then I go to the style and change the text color to 8. Then I go to advanced and I can increase the padding a bit. But I don't want this to be completely from the left to the right. So over here at the heading advanced, I can say align self to center. And now it looks like that. Then below I want to create a container. And this looks weird because this looks like as if it is in the header, but it's not true. It goes below. I say Command or Control I because it's important for me to rename everything over here. Here I say who we work for. Let me collapse everything. Okay, we have the container over here. How we work. And over here I have a container and I double click and I say for services. Then I go to that container, I go to advanced and I get rid of the padding. Now in that container, I want to have 4 containers from left to right. So I click on the plus, I drag a container in the container. And now I really need to make use of the structure because those 2 containers are, if I select this one, I select the lowest one. But if I want to select the 4 services, I cannot do that because it's at the same place. So I need to work with the structure. I click on 4 services. So over here, I say that everything at layout should go from left to right. I go to the container. I go to advanced, uncheck the padding. And now I can say over here, Command or Control D. So now there's 4 parts. So what I want to have a nice icon. I want to have a number, a title, and the services I offer. So I go to the plus. I start with an icon. So I search for icon. I drag it over here. Below that, I want to have a heading. Below that, I want to have another heading. Below that, I want to have an icon list. So I search for a list. There's the icon list. There you go. So this looks ugly. We're going to make it look better. So the first thing I want to do, I click over here. Then I go to the style, to the background, and I want to make it a dark background like that. Then I go to the border. I want to give the border radius of 25. Then, if I want to, by the way, I can go to make it solid and give it a border of 2 pixels and make it white. So it pops a bit more. Like that. Well, if you want to do that, you can do that. It's not the style of my website, but I just want to show you what is possible. I say none. Then I go to advanced and add the padding. I want to say 25 everywhere. 25, 25, and 25. And then I start to work on the content. So over here, I click on the icon. I change the icon. The first thing I want to talk about is one of my 4 services, branding. So when I think about branding, I think about your unique branding. So I think about a fingerprint. Not this one. You can do that, but I would prefer this one. It will convert better. Then I want to give this a number. So I say 0, 1. I want to make this orange. And then I go over here. I say branding. I go to the style and I make it white. And then over here, I get rid of the last 2. I click on the first one, get rid of the icon. I just want to show a list. And I say item 1. Then I go to the style, to the text, and make it white. Then I go to the container, layout. I want to bring everything to the center like that. Over here, I want to give this the color white. I want to make it a bit bigger. $60. This is what I want to make a lot smaller. So I go to the style, typography. That's great. Then I go to the title. I go to advanced, uncheck the margin, and at the top, I say minus. And I bring it really close to the number. Just a cool style. I can also go to the heading, make it bigger. So there's an overlap. Then I can go to item 1, content, duplicate it, and duplicate it. I have to say, I don't like it. So I go to the heading and I create a bit more space, but really close, like that. So that's how I play around. Just try things. Okay. I'm happy with this. If I would have a longer word over here, it goes from left to right. So I click over here and I want to align it in the center like that. So let me bring back this to item 2 and the third to item 3. So I have 4 services: branding, web design, SEO, and advertising. So what I want to do, I want to duplicate it 1 time, a second time, and a third time. Then I close it or remove that one and that one. If I go to a tablet, it looks like this. I don't like it. If I go to a smartphone, I do like it. So over here, we need to fix a few things. It's really easy to do that. We've done it before. What I will do over here at the container, the width, I want it to be 20 and I want it to grow. So I go to advanced, make it grow. Right mouse click, copy, right mouse click, paste the style, and paste the style. So now it's a total of 100%. Now I go to tablet, And there I say the layout width, go to percentage and make it 45. Copy, paste style. Really important. I need to click over here. Command I, go to the for services container and then turn on wrapping. Now it looks like this. So I go to the first service 45, copy the style, paste the style, paste the style, and paste the style. Then I go to the smartphone and it also looks great. So I'm happy. Now I want to talk a bit more about how I work. So when it comes to branding, I click over here. Item 1, I say we do a brand scan. That's what we start with. Then the second thing we're going to do, we're going to talk about a branding strategy. The third thing is we're going to talk about logo and colors. So then I go over here. I can change the icon by clicking here. I can choose a different icon. I can change the number to number 2. Over here I can say web design. And also this has 3 steps. So I will fast forward and I will be back with you. So there I go. I click on publish. And now I have this nice area. And what we can do, go to the first one, advanced, motion effects, fade in up. And then over here also advanced, motion effects, fade in up, but then after 1/4 of a second, advanced, motion effects, fade in up after half a second. And then here, fading up after 750 milliseconds. So now the website loads. I scroll down. Something went horribly wrong. So it's always good to test things. There's probably a few zeros too much. I scroll down. When I see this, I'm like, wow, I want to do business with this company. This is amazing. It makes me so emotional when I see something like this. Let's do it again. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. What else that? Well, that's just my humor. And to make it even better, here I have roundings. Here I have roundings. This is round. The font is round. This 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 is round. So why should this be a square? Why? Well, unfortunately, we cannot change this. Of course we can. This is Elementor. So I click over here. Then I go to advanced. And where we did the background, there below we have the border. I can change it to 25. And that's how you can do that. Let's see it one more time. Wow! I like it. Let's take a look. Maybe a bit more spacing. And then there's no perfect rounding anymore. So we can go back to the border and increase it to 100. Voila. The only thing is that it looks like a button right now. So maybe like this, small roundings. We'll get there. I talked about credibility, about showing the logos. Right now I want to talk a bit more about credibility by showing people how many projects I've done, how many employees I have, how many other things I've done. So I will just show some statistics with a counter that is an animation that goes from 0 to the specific number I decide. And I'll show you how you can create it for yourself. I scroll down. Over here, I click on the plus and I search for a counter. I drag it here. And then here. I go from left to right. I click over here and I want to talk about how many websites I've made. Up till this point, 700, 48. Starting number 0. I can have a prefix, so something before or something after. So let's say 700 and then 700 plus. I can also make an exact number. Then I just say, okay, I made 746 websites so far. And I can copy this and do something with the duration, make it 10 times as long. So now it takes 7 seconds for this to load. But I will just go for a second. So 1000 milliseconds or 2 seconds. Do I want to have 1000 separator? If you want to, it looks like this. And then the title, websites made. Then I go to the style. I want to bring it to the center. And if I go to the number, I want to make it orange. If I want to change the text, I do that over here. Color 4, make it a bit bolder. And if I want to bring it closer, let's take a look over here. Or counter title gap. I cannot go into the minus. So that's weird. It's a lot of space. So what I can do, I can go to the title, go to the typography, play around with the line height. And now it seems to work. So sometimes you need to play around a bit. I just say 2. I'm happy with how this looks. Then I duplicate it, duplicate it, and duplicate it. If I click over here, I want to do a line like this. So I can go for space between, but then it's still not cool. Then I can use this one. That seems to work. I said in the tutorial I never use this. Well, this is a case where I use this. It aligns perfectly. So the amount of websites made, I have, let me see, it's now 2026. I have 27 years of experience. So I say years of experience. I have 6 employees and we already won 32 awards. So if I publish this, now you see how close it is. So this is not a good ref. It seems that this is closer than over here. So what I can do, I can go to the title, line height. Let's say 10 or publish it first, see how it looks. What is going on? If I would say 20. That's better. So how about 25? Then copy it, paste the style, and paste the style. Great. Okay. What I could say over here in advanced, custom, and then in percentage, I could say 45 and make it grow. Copy. Oh, by the way, then I need to go over here, make it wrap. Copy, paste the style, and paste the style. Let's see if this is still correct. Yes, and then on the phone, I would say 90. Copy, paste the style, paste the style, and paste the style. Awesome. And as you see, our homepage is getting fuller and fuller. Of course, it doesn't have to look exactly the same because you're making your website, I'm making my website, but you're also learning a lot of things. So this can help you to make other websites in the future. I want to create a call to action. Remember, the goal of my website is to get clients, for people to reach out to me. So that's why I gave the contact page a special area, a special button. That's why I have book a free call and our work on our homepage. People need to take action. People need to click somewhere. So when people scroll to my website, below in the website, I want to have a call to action so people can take action and go to the contact form and reach out to me. Well, I'm going to use this area on every single page I create. And that's why we're going to turn the container we're going to create into a template so we can import it on every single page we're going to create. And we can do that in the free version of Elementor. Those people that made this tool, it's amazing. I love it. Making websites is so much easier than in 2006. And it's also easier than in 2005, because in 2006 it was easier than 2005, because every year it becomes easier. And now we're in 2026. Maybe you're watching this in 2027. But let me show you how to create the next container. I scroll down. I click on the plus, Flexbox. I want everything to be below each other. I want to have a dark background. So what I can do, I can say right mouse click, copy. And over here, right mouse click, paste the style, and voila, there you go. I can copy this title or a different title, copy, paste it. Then I can go to style, bring it to the center. And here I can say, get a free strategy call. Then I can have a divider. Let me search for Divi. That's the only time in my Elementor tutorial I search for Divi. Divi is the competitor of Elementor. They also make a nice page builder. I drag it over here. I change I was searching for a divider. That's why I search for Divi. I change this to pixels and I go for 300 pixels. I bring it to the center. I barely see it, so I go to style, change the color to orange, change the thickness to 2. Okay. Then I go to ChatGPT. I say, give me a 15 till 20 words text about getting a free strategy call to get more business from your website. I copy it. I go for a text. Look how easy it all is. I love it. I go to the style. I change the text. I bring it to the center, but I also should bring things over here to the center. Then at the layout, I change the width to 600. I copy this. And over here, I paste it. Okay. Looks good. How does it look on a different device? Great. On the phone. On the phone, I say the gap should be 0. Click over here, advanced, padding 50. Click over here, style. Awesome. I publish it. I'll take a look. I want to place this everywhere on my website. So what I will do, right mouse click, save as a template. I save it at the site and I call this one CTA free strategy call. Save, because that's the goal of my website, to make people reach out. Now, if I go to a different website, the About page, for instance, and I click on Edit with Elementor, I can click on the folder icon, go to Templates, insert the CTA, apply, and there you go. Publish. Let's take a look. And at once, we have this area over here. Super duper cool. So, this is the website we have so far. We can add our recent blog posts, our recent tutorials, our recent portfolio items to it, but that's for later in the tutorial. Right now, I'm really happy with this result. A homepage that is optimized for all devices. Since we have finished the homepage, I can show you a bit more about what is possible with the header using the Blocksy theme. Let me show you what you can do with that. I go to the website, to the customizer. Let me close this. And right now, if I scroll, nothing happens. Well, the first thing I want to do, I want to go over here and change the color to orange. I want to get more attention over here. And if people hover over it, I want it to be blue, like that. Okay, when I scroll, nothing happens. So what I will do, I will go back. Go to the header and click on headers, global header. And there I can add sticky functionality. So I turn it on. And right now, by default, if I scroll down, this area will stick with us. If I scroll up, it also sticks with us. We can also make other areas stick with us. We have 3 rows, the top row, the main row, and the bottom row. So what I also can say is let the top and main row stick with us when I scroll down. The color changes, I can change it later, but I don't want it. I only want to have the main row with me. So if I scroll down, it looks like that. If I scroll up like that, I can also change how that would be displayed. So I can scroll down over here and change the effect from default to slide down. So if I scroll down, it goes away and then it comes back. I can also change it to fade. So I scroll down and then it appears. And I can make it auto hide and slide. So I scroll down, it's gone. But as soon as I scroll up, there it is. I scroll down, gone. If I scroll up, and this makes sense because people scroll down because they want to see more about the website. So you give them some space and then they're like, okay, I'm going to scroll up. So probably they're looking for something else. And then the menu appears. That's one of my favorite options. For now, for the tutorial, I will just say default. So it sticks with us always. Publish, close it. So there you go. Awesome. We can also create a transparent header with a different logo, and we scroll down, the logo changes and the header changes, and it's amazing. Sometimes I start to cry when I see that on websites. And we can use the free version of the Blocksy theme to create that. That's a dream that came true a few years ago. Before I had to buy a premium theme to do that, the Enfold theme in 2015, and now we can do that for free using the Blocksy theme. Things are getting better for web designers. Even though there's AI, no worries. People will still be needed in order to create websites. Yes, okay, let's create a transparent header. Customize, go to the header, headers, global header, scroll down, and then there's the option, transparent functionality. Turn it on, and now you can see through the backend and your website is visible behind your header. The first thing I want to do in order to adjust a few things, over here, I want to add another logo. So I click on the 3 dots, and for the transparent state, I want to have a light logo. You can find it if you go to upload files, select files. The best thing is to have a logo that is exactly the same as your current logo, but then with white tints. So I go to Ferdy.com logo white, select, there I go. So if I scroll down, okay, then it's still white. So the sticky state logo, that's the third one. I choose the orange logo again. So then you get this white logo. If you scroll down, it's the same size. So there's a really nice transition. Over here, I click and I go to design. And for the transparent state, I say the text should be white so you can see it. And for the sticky state, I leave it so it looks like that. Then also here, design, default state. Okay, but if I hover over it, I want it to be orange. Then transparent state, I want it to be white. When I hover over it, orange. And when it's the sticky state, it's already as I want it to be. What else can we do? Here at the main row, at design, I can go to the transparent state and I can give it a color. I can make it visible by dragging this to the right. Or what I can do, I can choose a color, for instance, color 2, and then drag this to the left Or even better, make it black. Drag this to the left. So you see a slight difference. Publish, close this. So when people enter your website, it looks like this. Then they scroll down and then the menu appears like this. You scroll up again and then it looks like that. The only thing is in Elementor, this is now behind the header. So everything is a little bit pushed more to the top. In order to fix that, I go to Elementor. I cannot select the container anymore because the header is in front of it. So I say Command I, or I click over here. I go to the hero layout. I add 100 pixels to it. So I make this 600. Then I go to advanced. And at padding top, I subtract 50 pixels of that. So from the 100 pixels over here, I say divide by 2 and then minus 50. So 100 minus 50 is 50. So this stays in the center. So now it looks like this. The content is not behind this area anymore. I can scroll down, scroll up. What we also can do in Elementor, here at the hero, go to the style, go to the background overlay and add an image. So I can add this image, for instance. Select it. Now it looks like this. It's way too crowded, if you ask me. What I can do, I can change the opacity. If I bring it to the right, I see the image. Wow, I don't like that. If I drag it completely to the left, you don't see it anymore. So you can increase it a little bit so you can see it. Or you can play around with the blend modes. So I can say multiply, screen, overlay. So I like multiply. And then I can play around with the slider. When it comes to the background, I can change the size to cover and the attachment to fixed. So it scrolls like that. So I think this is amazing that you can do this using a free theme. It goes over the whole width of the website. I think it looks amazing. When I scroll down, my normal menu appears. The background stays fixed. I love this. I think this looks really nice. You can do the same with videos in the background and stuff. If you want to learn more about that, go to ferdy.com. Search for Elementor, hit enter. Go for the WordPress tutorial for beginners 2026. Scroll down, click on the read more area and then background. There I talk more about what is possible with different backgrounds, with overlays, with videos in the background. Super cool. So you can learn more about creating a lot of different kinds of backgrounds. And it's also really important to see how it looks on other devices. So let me go to the tablet. Here at the hero, I would like to go to the layout. So here at the hero, I like to go to layout or advanced. Let me see padding top. Let me increase this. And here also at the bottom, if I want to, I can add some space. Give it some space and then the phone. It looks great. The only thing is this area. So I click on publish. Go to the homepage, customize. I go to the tablet view and over there, click here, design, transparent state, make it orange. And when you hover over it, make it this color, sticky state. All looks great. I can also make it white when you hover over it, orange. That's even better. I love it. Publish, close it. So now it's optimized for all devices. If you want to bring it back to the normal one, let me show you how you can do that. You go to the customizer, you go to headers, global header, turn off transparency. Okay. Then also for the tablet, it all looks great. Publish, close this. Edit with Elementor. Then go to the hero, change this back to 500. Go to advanced, change this back to 100. Then go to the tablet. This can be 40 again, I guess. Let's see. Let's say 0. Increase this 50. Then for the phone, at the top, now it's doing it everywhere. So at the top I say 30. Here 20, 20. And then at the bottom, let's increase it so everything is in the image. Publish. And then if I want to, I can go over here, go to the style, overlay, and get rid of this. If I change it to a different image, this one for instance, the same style applies. So that's really cool. I close it now, publish, and now it's back to normal, but we still have a sticky header. If I do that in Elementor, it also happens. So for now, I prefer to turn it off, and then at the end of the tutorial or when the website is finished, I can turn it back on. So I go to the customizer, header, headers, click over here, and turn off the sticky functionality, publish it, close it, edit page with Elementor. Now it does not stick anymore. I want to congratulate you on your perseverance that you're still watching. Thank you for that. If you can appreciate that I made this video for free, then please like the video and subscribe for more upcoming WordPress about how to make websites that can generate you money. Now I want to go to the next page, the About page, and there we're gonna learn more things on how to work with the Elementor page builder. We're also gonna talk about third-party plugins because they're third-party plugins that are built on top of Elementor, so we can have more functionalities in the free version of Elementor. But that's just for later in the tutorial. Now let's start with the About page. If I click on the I want to go to the About page, and I already have edited this with Elementor, so I don't have to do that anymore. If I would go to a new page, I don't see Elementor. I need to click on Edit Page, and then click on Edit with Elementor, and then it will be possible to edit it with Elementor. Right now with About is not the case. I can already access it with Elementor. So what I will do over here, this area, I want to copy it. So I say right mouse click, copy, or I go over here, hero, right mouse click, copy. Then I can say Command E, type in About, and there I can edit the About page. I stay in Elementor. So I click on the plus over here, then right mouse click, paste, and there I go. Let me add a plus over here with a flexbox. So there's a little bit of space in between those two dark areas. What I want to do now over here, I want to call this one page title. And I open this and I want to get rid of the container in there and the image in there. Like that. Then I want to change this to 200. Go to advanced. Uncheck this. I need to make it a link and then remove everything. So now it has default settings. Then I want to click on the plus, drag a heading over here. Then I go to the container again to layout, and it should stay in the center. Okay. Then I change this text to About and change the style to color 1. Okay. This is what I want to use on every single page I create. So over here, right mouse click, save as a template. And I call this one page title. Save it, close it, publish it. I click on the I go to the page services, edit the page, edit with Elementor. I click on the folder icon, templates. Then I go for the page title. I click on insert, apply, triple click. Then I say services, publish. And now it's over here, services, over here, about, over here, the home page. So in that way, we maintain the style of the website, and that's how we can make use of templates. Of course, we need to check if it's optimized for all devices, and it's not. So I'm learning from my mistakes. What I will do, I go to the icon over here, and then the page title, I remove it, delete, close it. Then over here at services, it looks like this looks good. Then over here, I change the viewport height to pixels and let's see, nothing. So it stays 200. And here I also need to uncheck this and then get rid of everything. Then for the smartphone, click over here, layout, get rid of this. And also at advanced, uncheck this or link it and get rid of everything. And now it's ready to be saved as a template. Right mouse click, save as a template, and I say page or page title. Save it. And now if I would go to our work, edit page, edit with Elementor, and I import this template, page title, insert, apply. Now at once, it is optimized for all devices. Publish. So that's how you can make use of templates. I want to talk a bit more about positioning in Elementor. So I want to show you a way on how to create a slightly more advanced design using Elementor. I want to go to the home page, edit the page with Elementor. I want to talk more about our company. And in order to do that, I want to make use of this area and show you what else you can do with this. So right mouse click, copy, Command or Control E. Then I say about, I want to go to the about page. And then at once, I want to go to Elementor. So there I go. Okay, I close this. Right mouse click, paste it. And then I want to drag it on top like that. So what I want to do, I want to go to the style of this container, change it from a gradient, a dark gradient, to a light background, color 6, like that. Then I want to go to the about area, to the style, to the shape divider, and to the bottom. And there I want to make use of the same color, color 6, like that. Then I want to go to this container, style, background, and make it white. Then I go to this text, style, and I want to get rid of the color. I want to choose the default color. Then I go to, let me see, the title and text, to advanced, and I want to create a padding of 25 on all sides. So I uncheck this and then I say 25. There you go. But I want this area to be bigger. I want this image to be bigger than this text. I want this text to be really short. So I copy this text and I go to ChatGPT. I say, make this text 3 times as short. Then I paste the text. I copy this. I paste it. Okay. Now what I can do, I can go over here to the layout and at the gaps I say 0. Then I go to this image or this carousel. I go to advanced layout. I close it and I go to transform. I want to work with an offset of 100 pixels. So the offset X, I say 100. Then I go to this container, advanced. I go to offset, but this time offset minus 100 at X. There you go. But now the total width is 200 pixels less wide, the width of the website. So what I want to do at the container layout, I want to increase it with 200 pixels because I just said 100 pixels less here and 100 pixels less here because of the overlap. So I say 1120 plus 200 is 1320. And now it is still exactly here from left to right. Then I go to the container, to the style, to the border. I want to give it a border radius of 25. So in that way, you can play around a bit with positioning things. But then the question is, how does it look on different devices? Okay, it looks like this. What I can do, I can grab the container, go to advanced, transform, and say, you know what, at the eye, I just bring it up, but then this space remains. And that's the difference between transform and at the layout, the padding and the margin. Here, I can do whatever I want but this spot stays consistent, whatever I do over here. So instead, let's see, it was -100. I go to the layout and there, margin top, I uncheck this and then I go to the minus. So this part also goes with me. This stays 60 pixels and that's what I prefer. So it looks cool on a desktop and now it also looks cool on a tablet. I can change the text and there's no icon over here. So if I change it over here, about Ferdy.com, it is also changed here. So that gives us some more space. I like that. So I like this. I go to the phone and now it looks weird. Why? Because we copied this from the homepage. And at the homepage, let's go to the image carousel. I said the order should change. So I bring it back by unchecking this. Okay. Now I click over here at the image carousel. I go to transform. I bring this back to 0. Then the title and the text container. I go to transform and I also bring that for the phone back to 0. Then I go to the layout and I uncheck this. And now I can even say increase this. So I say 20 pixels, a gap of 20 pixels. So now it looks like that. So for a desktop, it looks cool. For a tablet, it looks cool. And for a smartphone, it also looks cool. So that gives you some options on what you can do with designs and play around with the settings and create something cool out of it. And now I want to talk about third-party plugins. Plugins that are built on top of the free version of Elementor so we can get more functionalities. Let me show you how we can use that. I create a new container. I can call this one the call to action. So I click on the plus. I want to have a flexbox and everything from left to right. I want to start with a heading. I want to say our theme. We're going to do the same thing as before. We're going to go from left to right and I'm going to use a wrapper. Over here, I'm going to say at advanced, the width should be 100%. So the next item will be here below. I call this one our team. And now I want to add team members. But if I click on the plus and I search for a team or a profile, I see nothing. So what I will do, I will go over here and I go to plugins, add plugin. I'm going to search for Elementor. And then over here, we have WP Developer. We see essential add-ons for Elementor. That's the one I'm looking for. More than 2 million installations, a lot of likes. I click on install now. And I click on activate. Okay, I click on skip this step. And I want to click on custom, next. And for the tutorial, I want to have team members, maybe testimonials, and a post grid. I click on next, next, skip, and finish. Congratulations, now you're all set. We can start elevating our site using essential add-ons. So I close Elementor, I go to the website, to About, edit with Elementor, and now I can search for team. And you see there are new areas and you see an EA from essential add-ons. So I can drag this somewhere over here. If I see a plus, I release it. Then I drag the team member below the heading and it's completely over the whole width of the website. So I click over here. I go to advanced width. I change it to custom and I want to go with 30% because I want to have 3 in a row. I also want it to grow. So there it goes again. Now I can duplicate it and duplicate it. Over here, I want to make use of this gradient color. So I copy it. Over here, I want to paste it. So I go to the style, background, gradient, paste the color. And then over here, color 2. And change the angle to 270. Then I go to this area, which I almost do not see anymore. Go to the style. Want to change the color to orange. Bring it to the center. Okay, now I want to add my theme over here. So I go to content, and the first thing I want to do here, add image, upload a few images. You can follow along, upload files. I created these images with Nano Banana. So Ferdy.com, resources, Ferdy.com, theme, Command A. I open them all and I start over here, select. Then I go to content. I change the name to Ferdy. The text, I'm the regional manager. Like I have a text about me. I go to ChatGPT. Give me a 30-word description of Michael Scott. Copy, paste it. Okay, it's just for the sake of the tutorial. You can fill in your own text over here. I go to social profiles, turn that off. Now I want to style this because this looks really ugly. I go to style, change the background color to white. Then I want to have a border radius of 25. I skip the image because that's already fine. I go to color and typography, and the member name I want it to be orange. The member job position I want it to be color 2. I want it to be bold, so transform or weight bold. Then I go to the line height, make it 4 or 8. And then I want to go to the padding. So I go to content card, padding, let's say 25. So there's a little bit more space. Okay, I'm happy with this. Then I duplicate it a few times. I get rid of those two. So there are 5 people in my team. So I can say the 4th one and the 5th one. And what I see automatically, since we use the percentage and the growth, automatically I have 2 like this. So what I want to do, I want everything to look the same. So I click on the plus. I want to add a container. Let me see. There you go. It automatically goes to the new line. I click over here, advanced, uncheck this, and then I go to the layout and I change the percentage to 30. And at advanced, I also say grow, because right now it doesn't align very well. So I click on grow. So now it looks perfect. So now it's a matter of changing the information. So I go to the image, go for this one. So I will change the information and then I will be back with you. So there you go. Publish. Let's see how it looks over here on the tablet. I prefer to have 2 in a row. So I click over here, advanced, percentage, and I say 45. Also over here, advanced, percentage, 45. Advanced, percentage, 45. Percentage, 45, and then Stanley, percentage, and 45. Latest one, $45. Awesome. And then for the phone, I will say 90, 90, 90, 90, and 90. And then the latest one, this one, I go to advanced, responsive, and I say hide on a tablet. And no, on a mobile. Publish, click on the eye. Our team, really nice. And as I said, or as we've done, it's optimized for all devices. Okay, what I see now, there is a dark background. And the call to action is also dark. So, or what I can do, I go to the container, to the border, I select a solid border, uncheck this, and only at the bottom I say 2, and make it orange. So there's a dividing line, as you see over here. Or we can create a new area, click on the plus, Flexbox, everything below each other. I can have a nice quote, and then I can go to, let me see. I go to this area and I say, create a powerful quote that is between 8 till 12 words about how our company wants to help people to help you to become successful with your business. So something like that. I paste the text. I bring everything to the center, and the center, click over here, style to the center. Then I go to the container height and I say make it 400. Click over here, make the width 800. So there are 2 rows or 2 lines. I click over here. I can also play around with the line height. Click over here, go to the style, grab an image. Go to the overlay, color 2, color 3, change it to 270. I can make it look like that. Click over here, make the color orange. Go to the container again, style, background, and make it fixed and cover. So now you can create something like this. How does it look on other devices? Great. Great. Publish. That's how we can create an about page like this. I think white is better. So I change the orange to white. Yes. We're gonna take a look at the source page, and since we've already built quite a few things in Elementor, we're gonna make use of the copy and paste function more and more, because why should we create everything from scratch if we can also copy and paste things and save time? Don't we all want to save time? I think we do. So let me show you how to save time by copying and pasting, and then we're gonna create the services page. Let me go over here to the home page, Command E, and I say home. So within Elementor, I go to the home page. Then I go to the services page, and it's already made with Elementor. So I click on edit with Elementor. Now I want to copy something from this page towards the services page. So I say copy, right mouse click, paste. It's not below each other. So I click over here on the container and bring everything below each other. I change the gap to 20 and the row to 20, so there's a little bit more space, everything everywhere between. Then I want to go for a text, so I click on the plus. I go for the text editor. I make the color white, and I say over here at ChatGPT, say something about why it is amazing that Ferdy.com does the branding, web design, SEO, and advertising, so the client can focus on delivering their service. Awesome. Copy it. paste it. I go to the style, bring it to the center. Then I go to advanced. The width, I change it to custom in pixels. And let's say 400. Okay. Then I go to the homepage. And over here, Command I. Let me see. If I click over here, the 4 services, right mouse click, copy, right mouse click here below, paste them. Then I go to advanced. I uncheck this or I link it and then I get rid of everything. So by default, it has a 60 pixels below. Then I get rid of these icons. Over here, advanced. Get rid of this. Nothing. Copy. Paste style. I can also click. Command, click. So I've selected 2 now. Right mouse click. Paste style. Okay, and now I want to talk more about the 4 services I offer. So I create a new area. I want to go for the Flexbox with 2 areas. I go to the first container, advanced, uncheck the padding, and the second container, advanced, and I uncheck the padding. So for the first one, I don't want to have an image, but I want to add the image to the background. So I click over here. I go to the style, background type classic, and I grab one of the images. I select it and you don't see a lot yet. I scroll down. The position should be center, center. Repeat, no display size. Cover. And now when this text becomes bigger or this area, then the image will appear. One more thing, I go to the border and I change the border radius to 25. Then I copy the list, paste. I go to style, change the color of the text to color 3. I go to the list, I align it to the left. I go to the text. I want to make it bold, like that. And I want to have a text. So I click on the plus, I add the text editor over here. And just to fill something in, I'll paste this for now. Then I go to the home page. Right mouse click, copy. Right mouse click, paste. There you go. I click on it. I change the text to branding. I change the link to branding. I just type in branding and I see the branding page. There you go. Then I go over here. I change the gaps to 20 and rows to 20. Then at the container, I bring the background to, let's say, color 6. And then at the border type, solid, at the top. So let me uncheck this at the top. Let's say 3 pixels. I want to have an orange color. So let me publish this. It looks like this. I want to get rid of all the animations. So I could say Command I, go for the 4 containers, go to advanced, layout, motion effects, get rid of it. Also over here. And the latest one, then I go to the container, to the layout, and I change the width to boxed, publish. Let's see. That looks better. I like this. So what I can do now, first I need to see how it looks on a different device. This is already optimized. This is looking good on the phone. Okay, I bring this one down here at advanced to the end, branding, and then the image. Okay, I like it, publish it. What I will do now, I will duplicate it 1 time, a second time. So now, over here, what I will do, I click on the container, go to the background, change it from color 6 to color 5. Then I say Command I. And this container, which contains 2 containers, I change the order like that. So number 2 is web design. So also over here, I don't see it, but I change it to number 2. Then over here, right mouse click, copy, right mouse click, paste, and then right mouse click, copy, and right mouse click, paste the style. Then I get rid of this one. Over here, I click, I say web design. Over here, I say web design and I select the page. Then I go to the background image over here. I change it to another one. Okay, then there's the third one. Change the background, make this number 3. Say SEO, then copy everything from SEO, paste it, copy and paste the style, get rid of this, click over here, say SEO, over here SEO, and then I duplicate this one. I can just drag this one in between. There you go. And then I say number 4, which is advertising. Let me copy this, paste it, copy the style, paste the style. Click over here, advertising, copy it, paste it, select the page, click over here, change the image to the last one. So that's how we create something fast with copying and pasting. And remember, the last area, templates, we can go for a CTA. There you go. Now we know it's all optimized for all devices. So with copying and pasting, we create this beautiful page in a few minutes. I publish it. Let me close this, close this, close this. Of course, I need to change this text over here. I can also get rid of it if I don't want to use that. Before we saved a container as a template, we can also save a complete page as a template. Let me show you how we can do that. So when it comes to the services pages, I want to make use of content I see over here. So what I will do, I'll click on the arrow down over here, the pink one, save as a template. So I save this whole page as a template. I give it a name, service page, save it. There it is. Now I click on the eye, I go to the branding page, edit page, edit with Elementor. Then I click on the folder icon, templates, and I go for the service page. Insert, apply. Let me show you how to do this. Triple click, branding. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. Over here, at the container, I go to the style, to the border, and I say, I don't need any border. So none. Then I go to the upper container. I go to the style, to the shape divider, to the bottom. I change the color to match this one, which is color 6. Okay. Then if I want to, I can click on the eye. Let me publish it. Go to the home page, and there I see a brand scan. That's what's involved. So a brand scan is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do branding strategy. I'm gonna talk about logos, colors, and I don't need the fourth one. What I also don't need is this area. In this area, I can change the images. I can change the text over here. So I can ask ChatGPT, give me a story of everything that will happen when with branding and then the brand scan, and I copy and paste this. And I say, give me a short story of everything in the process that's going to happen with those, based on those keywords. And then I can paste the text over here and over here. So branding, brand scan, branding strategy, get a free strategy call, book a free call. Okay, publish. And to show you how it works now, I can save this to save even more time. Single service page that is not into a relationship, unfortunately, because it's a really nice page. So now I go to web design. Let me show you how quick I can do this. Edit page. Edit with Elementor. Click on the folder. Templates. Single. Insert. Apply. What is it? Web design. Triple click. Web design. Then over here, wireframing. Wireframing. The second one, UI design. And the third one, let me copy this, paste it. UX design. Publish. The same I can do with SEO and advertising, and in that way we can save a lot of time and in a short amount of time create the services page and the single services pages, and all with this call to action. We can also import external pages that are created by other people. And by the way, you can also create pages, create websites, save them as a template and sell them. So you can also have an extra source of income when you create websites for other people and let them import it and they can buy it. And if you want to learn how to do that, I have a WooCommerce tutorial where I show you how to sell digital products. You can find it over here. Let's go to the contact page, edit the page, edit with Elementor. I click on the I. For this page, we need to have a contact form. There is an amazing plugin. Let's go to plugins. Click on add plugin and search for contact form 7. Then I click on install now. Activate. Now over here, I click on the folder icon. If you want to learn how to create this page from scratch, you can go to YouTube. Search for how to make a WordPress website Ferdy, and then go to the one that's from 2025 or 10 months old. Click over here. Go to the overview with timestamps and then create the contact page 4.10. If you click over here, I want to show you how to import it. So I click on the, let me see, folder icon, templates, and I don't see it over here. So what I need to do, I need to click on this arrow up, select file, and then here at ferdy.com resources, ferdy.com, I go to the contact page. Make sure to search for 35%. No, just kidding, just click on open, continue, enable and import. So contact page, I click on insert, apply, voila, there you go. What I would like to do, click on the plus, click on the folder. I go for the page title because it has a slightly different style, as you see. So I get rid of this one, triple click, contact, and then over here, triple click ferdy.com. I can have my address over here. info@ferdykorpershoek.com. The website is ferdykorpershoek.com. My phone number, I can change it over here. My LLC number, VAT ID, IBAN, bank account, I can fill in all this information. If you want to learn how to change this form, then go to YouTube and search for contact form 7. There it is, 6 years ago, but it's still relevant because they don't change the tool at all. So they can make this look so much better. I go to this container, go to the style, shape divider, bottom, and then I change this color to color 6. Okay, it's optimized for all devices. I click on the eye, So that's also what you can do, import pages. So we create a few cool pages, and by now you can call yourself an Elementor Pro. But we're not there yet. We're going to do more things in order to finish our website. Let me close this and close this. It is time to create the footer of our website. Earlier in the tutorial, we adjusted this area over here. That's from the footer, but we can have another few areas. In order to create those, I click on the customizer of the Blocksy theme. So we go back from Elementor to the Blocksy theme. I scroll down, I go to the footer, and just like the header, there are 3 rows in the footer. Right now we only see one because there's only one area that has an element in it. So over here at the middle row, I can add widget area 1, widget area 2, and widget area 3. What I see if I click on the middle row, there are only 3 areas. I want to have 4. So over here, when I click on middle row, I can go to columns and I change it to 4. I can divide them evenly. I can have 1 bigger one and 3 smaller ones. So there are a lot of cool options. So what I will do, I will go to design. The font color, I want it to be white, the font color of the title. The text, I want it to be white, and all the links, I want them also to be white, except when I hover over it or when it's active. So when I hover over it, they can be orange. The row background, I want it to be color 2. Publish, close it. I want to go to Elementor. I want to go to the top container, to the style, and grab this darker color, Command C, or Control C on the PC. Then I go to the home page, go back to the customizer, click on the footer, scroll down, and then over here, the lowest footer, bottom row, I want to change the design background to the darker color, like that. So it's the same as this one over here. Okay, I go back to widget area 1. I can go back. And then for the 4th area, I want to have my socials. So let's go to widget area 1. I click on it and I click on the plus. I want to add an image from the media library and I want to go for the light image. I select it. It looks great, but I want to adjust it by clicking over here. Otherwise, if I go to the tablet view, it becomes really big. So I want to give it a maximum width. So over here, show more settings, width, maximum of 200 pixels. Okay, I go back and below that logo, I can click on the plus and I can add a paragraph. I can have a text. So what I will do, I'll go to this text, copy it. I go to my friend chat and I say, make this a 20 to 30 word text. Copy, paste it. And this is how it looks now. Let me see. Okay. Then I want to go to the latest area, socials. And what do we want to add over here? Well, I could add YouTube if I want to. So I search for, or LinkedIn. Click on the plus. You can have multiple things. Email, click on the plus. Then I click on publish first. Then if I want to adjust this, I can go to social network accounts. And then for everything I have something, Facebook, HTTPS, facebook.com/Ferdy.com. Then I go to Instagram, HTTPS, instagram.com, Ferdy.com. So I can add all the links I have over here. Then I go back by clicking over here. Open links in a new tab. Yes, I can change the icon size, icon spacing, I can have the official colors. I prefer not to have that. And I want them to be vertical, not next to each other, but vertical. Okay. I want to show the labels everywhere on all devices. And now I want to go to design. So the font color, I want it to be white. when I hover over it, orange. The icons colors also white. I want to keep them white. So when I hover over it, only the text changes of the social media network name. So that looks nice. How does it look on a different device? Like this. I go to general. Let's bring everything to the center. Also this area, bring it to the center. Okay, publish, close it. So right now we have a left area and the right one. Now let's talk about some legal stuff. Let me show you how to create some legal pages for your website with the help of ChatGPT. I can go to ChatGPT and I can say, I make a website where I offer my services to people in the Netherlands. I make websites for clients. Which legal pages should I have on my website? Okay. So I can go for the privacy policy. Now I go over here to the customizer. I scroll down, I go to menus. I click on create a new menu. I call this one privacy. Next, I want to create a few pages. The first one is privacy policy. I edit. The second one, cookie policy. Then terms and conditions. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is okay. I could say GDPR and DCMA for if people from California visit my website. I click on publish, then I go back. I want to create another new menu. It's called legal. Next, and there I want to have two pages, terms and conditions and germs and conditions. No, terms of use. Publish, close it. Now I go to the customizer. And as I said, I can say, write for me the privacy policy page. So let me show you how this works. Over here, I click on edit. Then I click on the plus and I search for a menu, navigation menu. I call this one privacy and I select the menu privacy. There you go. Then I go over here, click on the plus, do the same thing, menu, navigation menu. I call this one legal and I select legal. Publish. Okay, let's fix a few things. I close this, I scroll down, I see there's a lot of space over here. So I'm going to use a little bit of CSS code. I'm not a CSS guru, but let me show you how I do this. Right mouse click, I use Google Chrome, inspect. What I see over here, it's called block 10. This area is block 10. So I can copy this, Command C, close this. I go to the customizer. I scroll down over here and I scroll down over here and I go to additional CSS. I close this. Then I have to place a hashtag, Shift 3. I paste the code, opening parentheses. And I always say background hashtag 000 to see if I'm having the right area. Then I say margin dash top and I say 10 pixels. And I see it's getting closer. At once, I really like this space. So what I will do now, I get rid of this area. So now this is more aligned. Let me close this. There is a title, but I don't see it. So right mouse click, inspect. Let me see. Then I search for that blue color and I see that over here. Copy. I can test it if that's the right color by clicking on this color, changing the color, and then it becomes white. So I can also copy this with the adjusted color, go to the customizer. Now it is gone again. But if I go to Custom CSS, and I paste it, I can even get rid of the font family. I still don't see it. Why? I had to get rid of that. So Elementor kit 58H3, then it becomes this color. What I don't like is that there's a lot of space over here. Let's see if I can do it from within the Blocksy editor. Right mouse click, inspect. And then over here I see menu item, classes, widget, menu. Copy, close it. So what I will say, point and then widget menu, opening parentheses, background, hashtag 000. Yes, we are here at the right area. I copy the margin 10. I paste it here. Nothing changes. But if I change it to 20 or to 60, it changes. So I can also say -10 or -20. Well, how about -10? Let's get rid of the background so I can see better how it looks. -6, 12. I like that. Okay, so that looks great. Then here, at this area, the middle row, I can go to design, scroll down, and I can have a row top divider. So I can say a solid color, which could be orange, it could be 2 pixels, and it could be full width. I think that looks great. How does it look on a different device? Let's go to the tablet. I click over here, I bring it to the center. Over here, I bring it to the center. And then over here, this is really wide. I want to make that smaller. That's block 10, as we saw before. So I go to the additional CSS, and then block 10, I say max dash width is 300 pixels. And nothing happens because I should add a semicolon over here and over here. So now it looks like that. And on a phone, it looks like this. Perfect and schlag. Close it. So ladies and gentlemen, we created a beautiful website using Elementor, beautiful header using the Blocksy theme, and a beautiful footer over here. Of course, you should let ChatGPT or a legal advisor or someone who's working in that area create those pages for you. Click over here and say, write me the privacy policy. This is in Dutch. And then I can copy it. I can edit the page. I don't have to create it with Elementor. I paste it. Of course, I should say, change it to English, save it. And now if I go to the website and I go to privacy policy, I go to that page. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. If you want to create a portfolio in your website, I will show you the end result of how it looks. And if you want to learn how to do that, I have a separate tutorial for you and I will show you where you can find that tutorial. In order to learn how to create a portfolio area in your website, go to ferdy.com, hit enter, click on search and search for Elementor. There it is, WordPress tutorial for beginners 2026. I scroll down, I click on read more, and then there is create a free portfolio in Elementor tutorial. So right now, if I go to our work, it looks like this. But after following the tutorial, it will look like this. You see all portfolio items, you can click on them and go directly to the individual portfolio items. You can click on a category and filter them like that. And in that way, it's beautifully displayed. And you can also place this on your homepage. The same goes with blog posts. Not everybody wants to have a blog. If you have one, you can get more visitors through organic search results when you create cool content. And I will show you where you can find a tutorial where I go in depth in how to start with Google Analytics, Google Search Console, how to find content to write about, how to write it in a good way, and how to place it on your website using the Blocksy theme. And when it comes to blog posts, we stay on this page, the Elementor tutorial, we scroll down and there it is, how to write a blog post and earn money. Over here, I show you in 2 hours how to come up with a blog post, how to write the blog post, how to make use of AI. I will also talk about Google Analytics, Google Search Console, and SEO, so you can optimize your whole website, including your blog post. So you can watch this tutorial, and then this is how it will look. If I go to the blog page, it looks like this. And if I click on one of the blog posts, this is how it is displayed. People can leave a comment. So if you want to learn how to create that, then watch this tutorial. We've talked about global colors before. Now let me show you the power of global colors. Our website is finished. Let me show you how to change the colors in a few clicks and then change the complete look and feel of your website. In order to change the colors in my website, I go to the customizer. I go to colors. So if I would say this orange color, let's change it to something else. Purple. You see it's changed in the whole website. How cool is that? Also over here, also over here. So I think that's really powerful. You can also change the second color. You see if the client or you think, hey, I want to change something, you can just drag it over here or change it and it will be changed everywhere in the website. Now your website looks totally different. How cool is that? Of course, we need to change the logo then, but that's the power of using global colors. And of course, if I change this color, I should also change it over here to maintain the style. And this one. So super powerful, if you ask me. I want to thank you for watching this tutorial. I hope you had a blast, you learned a lot of things, and you created an amazing website. Thank you for watching. My name is Ferdy, and if you want to, you can like the video, subscribe, and I wish you the best of luck in everything you do. God bless you, He loves you, and take care. Bye-bye.